annual summit. I truly appreciate this year's theme, Accelerating Africa's Digital Future. Completely agree that Africa's rapid digital transformation presents an unparalleled opportunity to leapfrog really traditional development barriers and to drive inclusive socioeconomic growth. And I think the choices that we all make today in policy, infrastructure, and partnership, they will determine whether this promise becomes a reality. I believe that the policy frameworks that we're all working together to advance, they need to nurture an environment where innovation can flourish. For the small enterprises that make up the majority of Africa's tech ecosystem, the ability to create, to scale, to export digital products depends on open markets and fair competition and regulatory certainty. Despite tremendous progress already being made, I think too many communities remain on the wrong side of the digital divide, and extending affordable broadband and reliable connectivity to rural and semi-urban areas remains a critical need. Infrastructure alone is not enough, though. Developers need access to digital skills, secure payment systems, interoperable platforms that allow them to reach users locally, domestically, and globally, internationally. So, in this context, I think regulatory interventions need to be carefully balanced. That's another important point. I think overly prescriptive rules in areas like digital platforms, data governance, and even artificial intelligence, they risk uh, stifling some of the innovation that drives growth and job creation. I think that there should be a high import for encouraging risk-based, flexible approaches that promote trust and accountability without creating unnecessary barriers to entry. As an example, the free and secure flow of data across borders is critical for developers across Africa who rely on global cloud services to build and deliver their applications. Similarly, interoperability and open standards empower those same entrepreneurs to integrate with larger systems and reach new customers. Policies that restrict these flows or impose conflicting requirements would unintentionally isolate those innovators from the global digital economy, undercutting growth and job creation writ large. Uh, at the same time, trust is non-negotiable, I think. Users need to have confidence that their data is protected and that the products they're using are safe, secure, and that they have insight and through transparency. So smart privacy and cybersecurity frameworks, ones that emphasize accountability, proportionate safeguards, and international alignment, they're a foundation for sustainable digital growth in Africa. Another key area is capacity building. I think, policymakers across the continent are grappling with fast-moving technologies like AI, and connected devices that are providing more rapid access to data, and insights via that access. Public-private collaboration can and should help ensure that emerging rules reflect real-world conditions, enabling innovation while addressing legitimate risks. Certainly, I think we all stand ready to partner with governments and others, universities and local developer communities to share best practices and technical expertise and training resources. And ultimately, I think it's because there's a shared goal, a digitally enabled Africa that fosters innovation, inclusion, and economic empowerment. And AfICTA plays a pivotal role in bringing stakeholders together to achieve that vision, ensuring that Africa's digital transformation works for everyone, from the smallest startup to the largest enterprise. So, for all these reasons, ACT, the App Association, is proud to be a part of this journey, proud to support this year's summit. We're excited to continue collaborating with all of you to shape a digital future that's open, trusted, and opportunity driven. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brian. And we're excited that you're excited to be part of us, to be working with us. So I do hope you're going to enjoy the rest of the summit. And we also want to take this opportunity to say thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Brian. Right. And then next up, we have Mr. Pierre. And I do hope I'm not going to be reprimanded for butchering Mr. Pierre's surname, which is Danjinu. But Mr. Pierre could certainly help me. If we could unmute Mr. Pierre Danjinu and show the camera, then I can also confirm whether he is online. And while he gets himself ready, allow me to do the necessary introductions. He's the Vice President and Stakeholder Engagement for Africa at ICANN, and he joined ICANN in December 2012 and coordinates the implementation of ICANN's strategic plan for Africa, managing outreach, support, and engagement with governments, civil society, and private sector across the region. His interests include e-strategies, e-governance, and e-parliaments as tools for ICT use in human development. And it certainly gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Danjanu to this virtual platform. And sir, the platform is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sulandi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
And also, just to ensure you that
hear you.
you did pronounce my name quite well, so there's no issue for that. So, congratulations on that one. And very good morning to everyone. I hope you can hear me. Yes.
Perfectly.
Okay, so good morning to everyone, and good afternoon eventually to those who are not in our sort of region. So my name is Pierre Danjinu, and I'm the Vice President in charge of stakeholder engagement at ICANN. And probably most of you know about ICANN, what we do, but I can eventually come back on that later on. And you already said my role is to promote, the ICANN sort of effort in Africa, which basically is about, the coordination of the unique identifiers that make the internet work. You are talking about the domain names, you are talking about the IP addresses, the root servers. All of these are things that we coordinate, of course, in partnership with other contributors, other partners. So the whole internet ecosystem, we are part of it, and we power some of those, what I might say, initiatives also that makes the internet work for everyone. I would say that our mission is to make sure that internet is secure, unique, and interoperable for everyone. That's our mission. And for that, we are organized in a kind of, I would say, twofold. We, of course, coordinate, which is technical part of what we do. Of course, providing, IP polling or polls to registries. You also know that we do have 5 internet registries across the world, and then one of them being the AfriNIC in Africa. So they receive the polls, and of course they now can service the clients that who you are, their community as well. And then we have what we call also the policy work that we conduct, and this is also about which policy works for which sort of identifier, for which norms. So all of these are quite important aspects that make sure that the internet functions properly to the advantage of everyone. One of the things we also of course provide is support to the country code CCTL, these country code top level domain names, your like of .ng, of course, all of these are quite important, for us and also for the community. Now, probably one of the two things I would like to be doing, and of course, is already to comment, AfICTA for this 13th, edition of the summit. We are used to the summit, and there is always a pleasure for me to join, the summit and share whatever we are doing, and also hear from the community what type of support, you guys have been expecting from Africa. We do have an Africa strategy, which most of the time has been crafted by the communities, the African community itself. That Africa strategy shows exactly what we should be doing in Africa. And basically, it's about participation, your participation to ICANN, and also it's about capacity development. These are quite key. And I would like to thank most of you that are really participating to ICANN work. And I do recognize that AfICTA is one of those who are within what we are calling the ASO, Address Supporting Organization, and also the GNSO, the generic top-level domain, supporting organizations, and at large, all of them. And I'm proud to be seeing more and more Africans, coming to those meetings, interfere with the global community, contribute to the work, and also know exactly, how best to use those opportunities for the development of Africa. One of the things you wanted me to talk about, and quickly I'll do this, and I know I don't have all the time. It's about your theme, which is the accelerating Africa's digital, future. And well, you are pinpointing, innovation, inclusion, and economic growth, which are quite a very important triptych. Talking about innovation, about inclusion, and also about economic growth are quite key in the journey to digital transformation of Africa. And I would like to congratulate you for having thought about that. And also, I would also expect that we do have fruitful discussion on this, and that we end up not only with recommendations, because we are quite now, we are conversant with recommendations. The question is going to be, well, what do we do next exactly, concretely, to kind of transform Africa digitally? So with that, I would like to highlight one or two things that for me is key. And for me, as one who has been there, one who has organized the first internet governance, in Africa, back there in 1998, and where we were just discussing those issues, and in fact, which gave birth to organizational association such as, the AfriNIC, AfroNOG, and the rest of them. So these are going to be my observation, not necessarily the one of ICANN where I work. But since you wanted me to have a kind of a quick say on this, I would like to say that in my observation of the implementation of digital economy in Africa, one or two things, can strike people, and predecessors, those who spoke before me, already alluded to some of them. But I would like us to pay attention to three sort of key things. Some of them were mentioned, but I would like to put an emphasis on them. Of course, the first of them is about the whole accessibility, the infrastructure that we are using to access the internet, from Africa. And the second thing I would like also us to really ponder on is what I'm calling the data revolution, which is actually embedded within the whole sort of digital transformation we are seeing today. And thirdly, I would like us to concentrate on talent production. So you might say I'm just adding, a kind of a trilogy to the discussion, but which also echoes what you guys have set out to be doing. Innovation, talking about innovation, inclusion, and economic growth. In terms of the infrastructure, I would like to mention that, of course, the continent is now We do have many sort of, pipelines. Um, and there's no doubt about it. The continent, from what we've seen, a few years ago, there has been progress. So submarine cable are there. We also are having alternative, accessibility. All of these are possible. And also things such as the proliferation of the mobile devices also are the one that are trying to provide, accessibility to the majority of people in Africa. And I also say something about the expansion of the affordable internet services. Of course, there might be variation, when you compare different countries. But the landscape today in terms of, digital transformation is quite I would say positive, from what we've seen 10 or 15 years, ago. And some of the statistics are there, and developed also by the International Telecommunication Union reports that provide us with those statistics that really delve into, well, how much, Africans are using the internet. And of course, one would now also think about what are they doing, once they access, the internet, what is the African really doing with the internet? I think that's also another subject that we can really think about. Of course, what I might say, the growth of this kind of infrastructure is also based on the investment, in broadband infrastructures, for instance, in Africa. And government has also been played a pivotal role in supporting this. And in many places, you are seeing some progress that is there. And some places have even developed, I will not say homegrown, but the industry, has been a possibility to lay down the submarine cables. So when it comes to the infrastructure question that you might be putting is, how much eventually is your country investing also on the submarine cable? When you do have this cutoff, internet, cutoff, and then you have problem with your your submarine cable, how are you organized really to reestablish the connectivity there? We know we do have the cable operators, but how many of African, countries are really investing also on those things? These are questions to be put to yourself. So infrastructure things have been done. We are saying 40 to 50% of Africans now have, access or accessibility to the internet. Yet there is still work to be done. There is some sort of divide, certainly, over there, because countries are not, covered equally, and the region also within countries are not equally covered. So there is work to be done there as well. Now, quickly, I would like to switch to the data revolution. Actually, we don't really think about it, but what is really powering the whole digital economy today is the data. Mining data is quite important, and I will see that things, and we used to say that 70 to 75% of some of this data pertaining to Africa reside, outside, African borders. Things are happening. But I think we also need to really be innovative enough to really work on this data mining, aspects of the whole thing. Of course, this, call for so many things to really attend to. It's about your local statistics, the way we are collecting all of those. It's also about the security, the safety of this data that we are having. Of course, there are issues about, the cloud, system. But also there are solutions that we do have, no data store. It's what I might say is that today, of course, the situation is quite clear. Although we are investing on these data centers, we can see that when you have the figures, globally, Africa is still, behind in terms of the number of, data center that we have in Africa. And I guess, South Africa can be cited as one that do have, most important part of it. Figures are eventually talking about 8,000 of those data are stored. And probably, half of them in South Africa and here and there, Egypt, um, Nigeria, and Kenya, for instance. So there is more to be done on this, and also in terms of security of all of this, and in terms of the energy that we use, because this data center also really are based on the energy that you are using. So how are we, producing those energy? All of this, goes in pairs, and then one can really work on them. So it's quite important to think about the data mining aspects of the whole, digital economy in Africa, and make sure that you do whatever you can do to push those things. And finally, talents, skills. Um, I think it's key. It has been said, but it can never be enough, for Africa. And the skills are coming, and they will be needed. So many aspects of it. Of course, you do have so many startups, today, with the young, scientists, with the young developers, but the numbers are still feeble. That one needs to work on those. But then we also be in need of very specialized, talents or skills, which comes, with the like of, artificial intelligence, for instance, and in such a way that Africa does not just, reproduce whatever intelligence artificial, project, is global, but something that is really pertain to the reality of of Africans. So all of this requests that you do have, those talent enough in numbers to really have, crafts those projects that are going to really to transform, Africa. And those projects are being seen in areas such as, agriculture, industry, and training, and also the whole aspects, of health, in Africa. So Africa really needs to have those, important talents and that are going to really make the transformation something that is impactful for the continent. So these are briefly kind of high sort of level, thought on the digital economy in Africa and what I really think that we should be concentrating on. Of course, back to ICANN, we of course are supporting, but according to our mission, it's about the DNS, infrastructure, because the DNS itself is an infrastructure that you need to manage, that you need to secure. And also, that's why we are also moving fast in supporting countries in securing the zone file, which we call it, the DNSSEC. How do you have, DNS that is secure? It's possible today to do it. Out of 54 African countries, 15, I think, some of them have already signed the zone file. They need to validate all of this. All of these are, key role to play. They are, homework also to do. So we are here to support as I can. And let me pause here. And if you eventually have any question, I'll be available for that. And thank again for the opportunity given to us as I can to share our thoughts and then participate to this summit. Thank you. And back to you, Mrs. Rolandi Esne.
Thank you so much, Mr. Danjinu, and I'm so glad I pronounced your surname correctly. Definitely some insightful words that you presented today, and something that just keeps catching my ear is the word around talent, and that's something that we don't really chat about. We're always talking about infrastructure and all sorts of other initiatives, but we don't never really talking about growing our talent. So I do hope we cover that as part of some of the deliberations and the discussions that we have today. And again, we as AfICTA welcome the support from ICANN, and we look forward to further engagement and discussions. I'd like to then present our next speaker, who actually probably doesn't need much of an introduction. We all know Dr. Jimson Olufaya, who is one of the founding members of AfICTA, and always such an honor and a pleasure to share the platform with Dr. Jimson. But for those that don't know, who Dr. Jimson is, I will give you a short bio, but as I said, he is a stalwart in the African ICT environment and sector. So Dr. Jimson is this Chief Executive Officer of Contemporary Consulting Limited, which is an ICT consulting firm based in Abuja in Nigeria. He has over 25 years of experience in the national and global ICT sector. He's the founder and former chair, as I've mentioned, of AfICTA, and is currently the chair of the Advisory Council. He's been widely recognized for his contributions to ICT development and leadership across Africa. Dr. Jimson, again, we welcome you to this platform. We look forward to your contributions. And let me hand over the virtual mic to you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you very, very much, our dear chair, Landy Esna. It appears Hong Kong is good on you. Oh my, that's pleasant. The weather must be great. I also greet the Advisory Council members here, Professor Adeniko Professor Paul Rooney, and the board members, appreciating the Deputy Chair, and Ms. Ariola, Vice Chair, West Africa, another board member here, former Chair, Engineer Ozam Elgamer, recognize my colleague in the UNGA, WISIS plus 20 informal multi-stakeholder signing board, dearly beloved Amrita Hugari, my friend, Dr. Kosi Amesunu, and brother Engineer Kunle Lorun Dari, Dr. Adebumi Akimbo. Pierre Dojonu, my friend, you are highly recognized, always supporting right from the beginning. We appreciate all the work you've been doing to raise the profile of Africa, and of course, recognize the Oracle, great inspiration for ICT development in Nigeria, and it continues to power it. Also, thank you very much, Secretariat, for all the work you do. Well, my speech very brief. The chair said it all. And Brian, yes, I recognize Brian. Brian Scapelli, thank you so much for all the positive, strong support. You are brothers, we are partners moving forward. So we appreciate even that brilliant speech, bringing all of us together to ensure that we all move together as one ecosystem in the world. So as I said, a lot have been said in the speeches, and I could just say +1 to them. But all the same, I'm still Jimson Olufuye, principal consultant at Contemporary Consulting Limited. We are an IT firm based in Abuja, Nigeria. We're into data centers rollout, and we also help our client to sustain the integrity of same. System integration, we do that a lot. Cybersecurity, yes, a major fault of ours. And also they are doing a lot of application development, cloud application development. And also we do well in ICT consulting and research. We've delivered services to, say, Nigeria Academy of Engineering, ECOWAS, EU, the World Bank, GIZ, the federal government of Nigeria, even of course, the United Nations, among many others. One of our landmark research works was the research on cybersecurity for development in the fourth industrial revolution. That can be obtained on this URL for those that are interested in that. That research is very important to us. In fact, the UN commissioned that research, and it showed that a 10% increase in internet penetration enables up to 8.4% increase in GDP per capita. And a 10% increase in cybersecurity maturity enables up to 5.4% increase in GDP also per capita. The underlining point of this research is that when we boost our internet penetration, then we can expect productivity in the economy. We can expect more money to be in the pockets of citizens. At the same time, since we know that security is also very important, security at the terrestrial arena, where we have the military, the army, the air force, the Navy, and other police and other paramilitary agencies, where they keep forth in the terrestrial arena, we also know that security in the virtual arena is also very important. And so we need to enhance that. And that is the essence of that, the cybersecurity statistics, that a 10% increase in our maturity rate will surely boost GDP, because once hackers don't have access to your resources, which about 10% of our resources is taken away nearly every year, up to 10% of GDP. That's a lot. So if we're able to save, then that means more money in our pocket. Another landmark product of ours is the Triple Cybersecurity Maturity Model. This is a new model, the first one in the Global South, that brings together assessments from the country perspective, organization perspective, and companies perspective. And that can be accessed on this website, tcmm.africa. So those that want to take a look, please feel free to do so. tcmm.africa. So indeed, as you know, we are at the forefront of advocacy in Nigeria and Africa, and some of our works from 1997, yes, from 1997, in collaboration with others, resulted in the establishment of the leading standard agencies in Nigeria for ICT, and that is the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, and of course, the Africa ICT Alliance. Prior to that, I had the privilege of being the president of the IT Association of Nigeria, and was in that capacity, I saw the gap that existed in Africa, wherein there is no private sector-led voice. And that led me to put many resources together, even including the constitution, the website, the contacts, and alignment with other stakeholders across South Africa, Egypt, Tunisia, Kenya, the Gambia, and of course in Nigeria, to us to get AfICTA started 12 years ago. And I'm proud of what we've achieved thus far, and we continue to achieve. And so we continue to be active at the regional level, yes, national and regional level. And currently, we're very much involved in IGF, global IGF. But there is a Nigerian IGF coming out very soon, and we're also speaking there. WSIS follow-up, yes, this is an important part. WSIS plus 20 review is underway. And as I mentioned, I had the privilege of being appointed into the first ever informal multi-stakeholder sounding board of the United Nations General Assembly. This is the first time the United Nations is setting up a mechanism to interact more effectively, even with non-governmental stakeholders. I think this is a positive thing under the spirit of the multi-stakeholder engagement. So our profile has shown a clear commitment to accelerating positive digital future for Africa. And come 2025 at the UNGA, WSIS plus 20 high-level meeting, we'll be having a side event in collaboration with other stakeholders. Of course, AfICTA, the Nigerian government, we hope Kenyan government, Egypt, and other African governments can come together to enhance Africa digital cooperation so that we can boost the African continental free trade zone, as Pierre talked about. Brian also mentioned, with regard to data interoperability and talent enhancement. So our objective is very clear for that summit, for that side event, and that is to foster dialogue among African government, private sector, civil society, and other stakeholders to realizing the WSIS plus 20 commitment, the era of AI, data sovereignty, and digital inclusion. Of course, promoting capacity development and digital trust. So we expect at that side event that a joint community policy brief will be produced And then we also launched the Africa Digital Cooperation Accelerator, which is a platform for cross-sector partnership and resource mobilization. We also hope that this will strengthen multi-stakeholder collaboration in line with the SDG 17 partnership for the goals. And lastly, digital enhancement for the implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. If you wish to participate in that event, maybe even virtually, you can actually check out this link. Okay, so finally, to boost innovation, inclusion, and economic growth, there's a need for us to boost investment in ICT infrastructure, has been mentioned. We don't have enough. We need to also collaborate with those that already have. Yes, we know the leading countries when it comes to AI, China, the United States, digitalization, intra-African trade. As we know, as we've seen, because there's that strong connectivity or correlation between connectivity and development. So it's important for our government and all stakeholders to take boosting connectivity seriously. So AfCTA is a great opportunity. Digital divide is something we need to recognize. Pierre mentioned that we are now about 39 to 40%, which is still very, very low. AI is going to exacerbate that, Gen AI as well. So we need to have this in mind. On inclusion, we have quite a number of women leading our alliance. Look at our beautiful chair of AfICTA. And we also have a number of our vice chair as great ladies. So we need to broaden inclusion in all our leadership positions across Africa, because perhaps we need the women to also take a lead. But of course, we all must work together to ensure we do not diminish our ability, and we enhance the commitment to bridging the digital divide. Let's remember that multi-stakeholder approach is the way, and this was enhanced and sustained by the Net Mundial Plus 10 guideline. Let's have that in mind as we move forward. So Contemporary will continue to support AfICTA as long as it takes, and in collaboration with other like mine, we continue to invest in ensuring that African voices are heard where it matters, while extending our hand of fellowship to the rest of the world. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jimson. I've just changed devices. Can you just indicate if you can hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay. Wonderful. Dr. Jimson, as always, at AfICTA, we appreciate your support and your commitment and your wisdom. And again, we're looking forward to further discussions and dialogue. And at this point in time, I want to hand back to our facilitators to continue today's program. And enjoy, and we will touch base with everybody throughout the course of today. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, thank you so much, Chair, for coordinating the session that just opening session. And we're also using this opportunity to appreciate all our sponsors who sponsored this event. Is one of them, and we have Hacked, the association app, and then Contemporary Consulting. We appreciate your sponsorship of this event. It wouldn't have been possible for us to be here if you were not there for us. So we appreciate your sponsorship. We will very short break where we will promote our sponsors for today. So we want you to enjoy this session with us, get to know more about our sponsors for the 13th AfICTA Summit. So let's go to the market.
associations, companies. We are Africa Information and Communication Technologies Alliance.
AfICTA
is a private sector-led alliance of ICT associations, multinational corporations, companies, organizations, and individuals in the ICT to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. And our mission is to encourage multi-stakeholder dialogue, fostering accelerated and ICT-enabled development in Africa and the use of cutting-edge innovative technologies including mobile, computing and satellite technologies to achieve an information society in Africa. We organize non-government ICT stakeholders in Africa for effective local and continental advocacy. We are the focal point for Africa ICT advocacy in the global digital economy. We promote constant improvement in African digital literacy in collaboration with stakeholders. We create partnerships with the African Union and all the regional economic commissions towards realizing global sustainable development targets for Africa. We support effective dialogue between members and policymakers. We promote business partnerships between members and their associations members. Capacity development projects, sharing data, skills, expertise, events, business announcements, exhibitions, seminars, and we organize an annual regional summit for knowledge sharing and cross-African advocacy. Some of our good standing members are Contemporary Consulting, EITESAL, Egypt, Main One Cable Company, Afinoid.ng, Tech Law, Fintrack, Computer Society of Kenya, ITPSA, ITSL, and many more. There's a world of benefits to our members, among which are, but not limited to, advocacy and liaison with national government in support of member initiatives, product and service endorsements on a continental level, identification of business opportunities, conducting research, strengthening the African brand, providing membership services, promotion of member product and services, opportunities in global associations, partnering with stakeholders, universities, civil society, events and development program, partner in developing incubators and technology parks, advise on procurement policies to support local industry, encouraging intra-African business opportunity MOs, professional development in collaboration with member national associations. Join us as we celebrate 10 years of making giant strides in the ICT world in Africa.
AfICTA,
fulfilling the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa.
So at the Global App Economy Conference, we bring app makers and technology builders together with policymakers so that we can better understand each other.
You can't create a policy if you don't know who the people are. I think a lot of policy is being created without actually speaking to SMEs.
Policymakers are able to create, but not the small businesses. And a lot of the large corporations, while they're important to our ecosystem, they may have a potential larger voice. These kind of conversations also drive the economy.
It's important to have tech policy discussions specifically for small businesses so that we can directly elevate our voices and our concerns.
The App Association is both giving us a network of people to interact with and they're giving us a voice.
Events like this really help us connect with other people that are maybe dealing with some of the same issues.
For me, it's learning a lot about these policies and being able to talk to people that are subject matter experts on these policies.
As long as we keep taking these opportunities, eventually we can move the needle on things.
GTLD registries, commercial and business.
Amazing. I am really a fan and supporter of it.
Users.
The small companies are trying to change the world. They are the closest to their customers. They're passionate about their products, about how the policies that the people in these buildings are envisioning will affect them. And that is really important. That's an important conversation that needs to be had.
Pierre Danginou. I'm a Vice President Stakeholder Engagement for ICANN, and then based in Africa, taking care of Africa actually.
If you can just give us a brief of what ICANN is.
Well, ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Basically, it's about coordinating the unique identifier system of the Internet, and that's what ICANN does.
And what does that mean for Africa?
Well, it means a lot, actually. It's about, 20% usage of the Internet. It's quite important for so many issues of developmental issue. And now the work of ICANN is important for Africa in terms of course, the Internet itself, but the whole, I would say, policy development around it, around those unique identifiers is important for Africa to know about it and also to be part, of making that policy. So in that regard, I believe that it's quite important for Africa to be participating.
So what efforts does ICANN do and your team do in Africa to raise awareness on this?
Well, many things actually. I would just recall that ICANN's presence in Africa actually was triggered by what we call the Dakar Declaration by the African Minister in charge of ICTs, who really wanted ICANN to be much more present in Africa, but also Africa to contribute more to ICANN. That was 2011. Today what we have done is we do have a strategy for Africa, and that strategy calls for two things. It's about, of course, promoting participation to ICANN, but also it's about supporting, I would say, the African DNS industry. So in that regard, our strategy has a few kind of program and projects, and a few of them quickly to simplify what we've been doing in Africa. We set up forums, forum to discuss, the DNS, for instance, is quite important. It was first meeting and discussing the issues and ideas, and also collaborating. But we also established, topical workshops that really address, issues such as, copyright issues, the brands, and the domain names, how do you understand those things, and the whole legal issues surrounding those things is important. It was the first time now that people are hearing about those things. We are also building capacity in terms of managing your registries, and also in terms of marketing, and all of those are really bringing now some sort of value added to the whole internet ecosystem in Africa. So we are trying to change, we are supporting actually the ecosystem there. Should we go back to what we are talking about, the digital economy, and we believe that Africa can really tap into that one.
All right, so you're welcome back. After we've gone for the advert, once again, we want to appreciate our sponsors, Contemporary Consulting, ACT, the HAP Association, and ICANN Africa. Thank you all for being part of this summit. Straight to the first session of the day. And we will be looking at the first session, which is on digital infrastructure for a connected Africa, roles of multi-stakeholder cooperation. And I believe that our panelist for this session is very much ready to deliver on this topic, not just for recommendations purposes, but for actionable items to be put into the real action. So I have for this session, the moderator, Mr. Paul Rooney, who is the former chair of AfICTA and a very active AfICTA member who is going to be moderating this session. We have a list of speakers. He will be listing them out and be introducing them as I turn the leadership of the session to him. So welcome, Mr. Poroni.
Thank you, PM. How are we doing? Do I have my team here? Okay, I can see my team. Okay, so yeah, firstly, it's wonderful to see everybody. It's an exciting day for us at AfICTA. It's an annual summit we hold, and we're happy to see so many people here. We have our distinguished guests. Some have already spoken. We have many colleagues and partners of ours, and many friends from our continent and the continent and beyond. This is an important session with regards to where we are as a continent moving forward. The title of this session is Digital Infrastructure for a Connected Africa, Roles of Multi-Stakeholder Cooperation. So just to set the scene a little bit before I hand over to my speakers, within Africa, we're witnessing a remarkable progress in connectivity. Countries are getting connected, people are getting connected, more importantly. There's a lot of interconnection between the countries. Fiber is being rolled out between towns and landing points and cities. We have a multitude of data centers, new and existing data centers, old ones being upgraded, new ones being built. And many of these data centers didn't exist in the past, and we have the big global players opening up within these data centers. This is all a catalyst towards improving connectivity on the continent. And as we know, better connectivity creates opportunities around improved education, cross-border commerce, healthcare, and innovation around the tech space. But we also need to understand, and I think we all acknowledge, that on the continent we have quite a big digital divide, and this is something that needs to be addressed if we're going to give equitable access to the internet and the benefits of access to all of our citizens. Connectivity is costly, it's not for free, and infrastructure is expensive, and the build out is challenged. There's large areas to cover between the cities, and power, service reliability, they're real issues. So, one of the questions we're looking at is it just about building infrastructure, or is it building the right kind of infrastructure that fits our requirements? An infrastructure that is affordable, is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. An infrastructure that can bring Africa to the forefront of the AI revolution. So, when we look at part of the theme, and that's the role of multi-stakeholder cooperation, and this is what we see as the making of where we're striving to move forward. And why does cooperation matter between the stakeholders? No single actor can build our digital future alone. We have governments that are providing the policy frameworks and in many cases incentives to make investment on the continent possible. We have the private sector that's bringing innovation capital and capacity around growing our ICT infrastructure. We've got civil society that keeps us reminded, that the people are important and it's not just about profits, and that access is equitable. And of course, our academia, which is providing phenomenal research and building knowledge and talent that is needed for us to move forward. So today, we're going to explore where Africa stands in terms of its digital readiness. We're going to look into some of the key barriers that limit the expansion and equitable access. We hope to see some examples of where partnerships have been successful and what steps we can take collectively to strengthen and bridge those digital divides. So this session is not about me. So I want to introduce my esteemed panelists. We have Miss Amrita Chowdhury, who is the director of the CCAOI and a member of the Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, where Amrita is a leading voice in digital inclusion and stakeholder engagement, with decades of experience in strengthening regional and global cooperation in internet governance. We have Mr. Kunle Oradre, who is the president of the Internet Society Nigeria chapter. Kunle has been instrumental in driving community connectivity initiatives, capacity building, and internet development across West Africa and beyond. And we have Mr. Hossam Agamal. Hossam is a member of the IGF multi-stakeholder group and brings a wealth of experience from the private sector and policy circles. So please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists. And what will happen, I'm going to hand over to each of the panelists. They're going to give an intervention, sharing their perspectives. And then we're going to moderate some questions, and then we're going to open the floor for questions. It's important. It's not just about us talking. We want to hear back, and we want to get some interventions from the audience. So as you listen through this session, think about your own experiences, ideas, and get ready to join the conversation on this session. It's about dialogue, and it's about learning from each other. So I'm going to now invite my first panelist to the floor. I'd like to invite Ms. Amrita Chowdhury to share her reflections. Amitri, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul. I hope I'm audible to all of you. And thank you, Jimson and AfICTA, for inviting me. Though I'm not from the continent, as Paul was mentioning, you have people from the continent and from across. So I come from Asia Pacific, but certain examples of African region and APAC also matches, because APAC is equally diverse in terms of terrains, connectivity, access, etc. And I'll talk about why this kind of cooperation is necessary at the global level too. And I'll keep it brief. One of the things when we look at Africa from the outside is Africa is spoken in one breath, but Africa is a continent and it is also diverse. You have landlocked countries, you have also countries which have access to the seas. Those who have access to submarine cables have a better way of connecting. How the connections happen between the landlocked countries, internet exchanges, etc., also have a lot of role to play in building the digital infrastructure. And as Paul mentioned, I think he mentioned most of the points. One of the critical things of having every, infrastructure development is also connecting people. Globally, also more than 1/4 of people are not connected, and the numbers are a bit more higher in Africa. So obviously connectivity is important. Laying the cables to connect is also expensive. How do you do it, etc., are certain issues which the world has been grappling, especially the last mile, the access, the demand and supply rests together. And obviously there are various factors which are spoken about in these aspects. And today, when we live in the information age, where the one who has more technological advancement has better, I would say, power in all aspects, even negotiations, it's important that even developing countries develop their infrastructure, or at least there is a balance in the tech transfer so that all countries can grow equitably. And another point which Paul was mentioning is that each stakeholder has a role to play. And if it cannot be just that government investment or government policies will get everyone connected. Had it been so, we would have all been connected. And it is also not possible for private sector to put in all the funds. Many times there are funds, as Jimson always mentions, there are, you have funds within countries, but how it is used is also important so that it gives you the returns you want. And the other thing which is important and lessons which people can learn is also, how you can break these silos. For example, you have community networks in certain places, but how do you have the coordination between different places? And it is also important how the global policies are framed. For that, I believe the voices from the people of Africa are important. Most global policies, even for connectivity or internet governance, for example, till now has been mostly global north oriented. The sensitivities, the regional diversities, or even the issues on the ground in global south is very different. And when such policies are made, it is important our voices are there. For example, if we are looking at the WSIS Plus 20 review, which is happening, it talks a lot about inclusion. It talks a lot about digital access. It also talks about AI. How do you build capacity of people using AI, especially of developing countries, landlocked countries, LDCs, etc.? I think the voices are important so that those nuances can be given, or how youth can be involved. Similarly, how can you build capacity at different level? Because we look at capacity as one word, but capacity has to be built everywhere. It can be at the bureaucracy level, it can be at an entrepreneurial level, it can be at a youth level to build the skills to work. So capacity building is also a very crucial part in this journey if we want to build a robust infrastructure. The technical know-how, the using, Jimson was mentioning about cybersecurity, safety, etc. I think that safe surfing part is also important because you need to have the trust on the internet. So if global policies are framed and, for example, there is a regional aspect of it or a national, and there is a reporting structure, I think you can always look at where you are, where you want to be. It's kind of a mirror to help you in portraying things. And you can also learn from various examples. And I'll just give an example of India, where we have people who also have purchasing power issues. of devices, etc. So we have the reusable handset offers, etc., which go on, which reduces the cost of devices, which can help people in accessing, the internet, because on one side you have to build your infrastructure, on the other side you also have the issues of accessibility, device, I would say cost, etc., as also the local languages. How do you have, I would say, services in the local languages? You could have that if, governments also build policies which are more friendly, which balances user interest as well as promotes innovation. I think that's also important. And also at some places, having the small, medium entrepreneurs who help in this particular bridging using internet is also, I think, important. And this entire thing has to be looked at entirety. It cannot be just one player. But I think the global policies, when they are drafted, needs to have input from the local levels. If I'm talking about the African perspective, different people, as well as what you are doing, there has to be some synergy with, some, I would say, auditing of how things are developing, because there's a lot of grant, etc., which is coming into Africa at this moment. It is important it is used in a proper manner, and there are checks and balances. Even civil society can look at it, and there should be roping in of all stakeholders. It cannot be just simply some people doing. Academics also have a role in terms of doing, giving you those kind of critical data points which can help on it. I think, Paul, I'll leave it at that. And I'll look forward to your questions. I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Thank you, Amrita. Very insightful. Just a couple of things like highlighting that connectivity is expensive, and this is one of the things we need to solve, because that creates affordability challenges. And of course, in the information age, access is power. So if we deny people access, then we deny them the power that they need to uplift themselves. And of course, around the partnership that, government, we cannot rely on government. Government's not going to connect us. We need all the actors involved to connect, and of course, building capacity, in every aspect in order to build a robust infrastructure. Okay, now we're going to move to our next speaker, Kunle Orander. Are you ready, sir? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. Yeah, let me start by appreciating Amrita for breaking the ice. She has actually brought the main issues to the limelight. And I really appreciate that. In fact, when you look at Africa, Africa is such a unique continent. It's a beautiful continent. It's unique, so to say. And you will agree with the coastal lines. And of course, we also have those countries that are, landlocked. And if you want to look at how infrastructures are going to be distributed of course, the perspectives, the dimensions are going to be different. Why? Because the way you are going to lay your optical fiber in a landlocked location is different from the way you are going to lay it for those countries in the coastal line, so to say. So let me quickly cast our mind back to how these technologies we actually started from the analog technology in those days when we are running, the internet on 56 kilobits per second. You know what that means. Before you could download 1 meg, maybe you have to sleep in a cyber cafe. But nowadays, we have 5G, which of course is highly digital. That is a digital technology, made it possible for me to be able to download, high volume of data. We are talking about, 500 meg nowadays, 600 meg, and so on and so forth. And that is the reason we are able to talk about broadband solutions, so to say. Yes, we have those solutions in recovery. There are issues we need to start to, in terms of many, because you will agree with me that the way you are going to give shot to a place like you cannot. Say, for example, if you establish an operation, but the moment you still provide this in area, it becomes because it's
Yeah, I think we're having a connectivity problem with our speaker there. Maybe for now.
Can you hear me?
Are you back?
So
Yes.
I think we're just talking about the challenges in Africa, and it showed up, So the issue is we need a meaningful connectivity. We need to start looking at how we can have a connectivity that is, resilient, that is reliable. Not that alone. We also need to look at the equipment, the end user equipment that we are using in Africa. In Africa, you will agree with that we consume more technology more than we produce, right? So we need to start looking at how we can open up our manufacturing, sector, so that we too can start producing equipment that are actually meant for our own locality. And I had it when Amrita talked about having solutions in our local dialect. And this is going to be possible by the time we start producing and manufacturing equipment locally. And I also meant to mention the issue of policy. Yes, we have fantastic policies in Africa, no doubt. However, I think I need to say this. We need to start looking at how we're going to take it to the next level. Next level in the sense that, we should be looking at how Africa can actually have harmonized standards, harmonized policies, harmonized solutions, so to say. I'll give you a very good example. In Europe, I'm sure all of us know about the European Union. And of course, we also have African Union, so to say. The European Union has mandated some other organization like the organization that is responsible for setting standard, which in French it is known as European norme. That is the European standard. So I think it is high time we started talking about African standards, right? Take, for example, the Europe is leading when it comes to, data privacy policy. They have the GDPR. And as a matter of fact, GDPR has become something that is global. So I think in Africa, all our data solicitors, they need to come together and say, hey, Africa, let us have Africa data regulatory policy, the one that is going to be meant for all African countries. And if any country in Africa wants to have any transaction with any other part of the world, we too can always push it for and say, no, we are not going to use GDPR. We are going to use ADPR just for the sake of this discussion. I think these are the kind of conversations we should be talking about. And I think it is high time we started talking about them. Not just talking about them, we need to start having solutions. And one of the strategies we can use to get a very good solution is when we are talking about, a smart objective. You need to create an objective that is specific, one that is measurable, one that is achievable, the one that is relevant to us in Africa. And of course, it is time bound. It is not about talking about having a policy that we start today and probably maybe is going to finish in the next 5 years. Of course, before you finish a policy in the next 5 years, it has become obsolete. So we need to have a policy that we're going to set now is going to be relevant to this particular time and is going to be useful to us. And you can always link this with what is happening even at the global stage, where we have all these conversations like the IGF. Okay, yeah, we have conversations at the level of the IGF, but we need to start looking at how we bring all those conversations home, how we are going to make them to be relevant in, bringing up our own policies, our own guidelines, our own standard. I think that is the right way to go. Let me leave it at that so that we can advance this conversation when you ask your question. Thank you very much for giving me this time.
Thank you, sir. Brilliant points. It's interesting to take us back sometimes, to where it all started in those cyber cafes, internet cafes, to where we've gone. And I think many people here might not even remember, us sharing those small networks just to get email and things. And now, with fiber, high volume data networks, 5G networks, the point of meaningful connectivity is key to the conversation. It's not just about getting connected; it's about getting connected and the connection being meaningful. And then, of course, building our own, becoming part of the value chain, I guess. Where we build our own products and services over the internet, our own IP and standards around GDPR and other things. So thank you. So to broaden the conversation a little further, I would like to invite our next speaker, Hossam Al-Gamal, to have his intervention. Hossam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paul. I hope everybody is okay, and I'm really happy to be once again on one of the AfICTA summits. Now this is the 13th one. Thanks to all board members and chairs over the years, yourself, Paul, Jimson, myself, and of course, Orlando. Now, just before I go into our direct discussion, I just wanted to highlight and reflect on what Jimson was talking about the informal multi-stakeholder sounding board for the World Summit for the Information Society plus 20 years. And I'll just share on the chat the link for this IMSB, so people can check in if people do not know about it. And also we have on the IMSB, I'm one of the members of the IMSB, as well as Jimson and Amrita. This is the link where people can know more about it and can, if required, connect with us to give some reflection from their point of view on the WSIS, so we can carry it back to the UN DESA and to the member states before the resolution are come. Yes, exactly. Office hours, they will find it there, and we started the office hours today, in fact, this morning, and there will be one in the afternoon, and there is another day with 2 slots. Coming back to our discussion, I just want to highlight that we stand at a pivotal moment. Africa is no longer just a continent of potential. It is a continent in acceleration, and digital infrastructure is the high-octane fuel for this journey. However, a vast digital divide remains. Bridging this gap is too large, too complex, and too capital-intensive for any single entity, be it government, a corporation, a development bank, or any, to achieve alone. So my view is that multi-stakeholder cooperation is not an option. It is a fundamental, non-negotiable architecture for sustainable, inclusive, and scalable digital infrastructure development across Africa. It is the only way to build a digital future that leaves no one behind. We need to know the role of each of the stakeholders. So the government is really the enabler and regulator, creating an enabling environment, stable, transparent, predictable policy and regulatory framework. This is the trust layer that de-risks private investment. The private sector is a second stakeholder where we bring the capital, the technology, and the execution speed for rollouts like fiber, data centers, mobile networks, and are the engine of physical infrastructure growth. Now, the development bank or the international funding institutions are the ones that bring the risk mitigation and blended finance. So it is very important to providing concessional finance, technical assistance, and guarantees. Blended finance, they bridge the gap between bankability and developmental impact. Think of initiatives like the World Bank's Digital Economy for Africa. And last but not least, the civil society and the academia. Those are the constants and localizer, ensuring inclusivity, digital literacy, human-centric design. They ground projects in local reality. They address the usage gap, and they ensure the infrastructure is built for the people. So business success hangs on a relation that is greater than the sum of its parts, where one sector's strengths mitigate another's weaknesses. Cooperation is a process and not just a meeting. For it to be effective in the African context, 3 pillars must be robust. One, shared vision and interoperability. So stakeholders must be working towards a unified regional vision, like the African Continent Free Trade Area, for example. So digital infrastructure must be interoperable across borders to support a single digital market. Example, supporting the development digital public infrastructure for digital ID and payments across multiple countries to reduce fragmentation. This could be a very important vision. The second pillar is the risk and reward alignment, innovative financing. So the private sector views Africa as a high risk. We need blended finance and public-private partnership that redistribute risk intelligently. Government can guarantee demand for connectivity, so connecting schools and health centers in exchange for private companies extending networks to underserved areas. Third pillar is the governance for trust and sustainability. So cooperation must extend beyond building physical assets. It must govern data, security, and digital rights. We need transparent governance models, not just for infrastructure ownership, but for the rules of the road, to ensure that digital economy is ethical, safe, and trustworthy for citizens. Finally, in conclusion, the path forward, the future of Africa digital landscape will not be defined by the technology we import, but by the partnership we forge. Let us move beyond more consultation to true co-creation. Let us commit to building digital infrastructure that is not just technically sound, but socially responsive, driven by the capital of the private sector, the legitimacy of the government, and the voice of the people. This is how we will truly bridge the digital divide and unleash Africa's full economic and human potential. The time is for building together is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Osam. It's good practical insights as to where we are, and you know, the fact that multi-stakeholder involvement is not an option. You know, it is the only option. You know, if we're going to realize the full potential of a digital Africa, and that you know, a continental approach is important. You know, that we unify how we digitalize. You know, all our countries are moving towards digital IDs. We're trying to enhance cross-border commerce and you know, trust in the digital payments. And it's still frightening that it's still easier to do digital transactions between continents than on the continent, and that needs to change. And the fact that it's not really about the technology, it's about the partnership and the collaboration. So I think we've got some very broad insights into this theme, and I see some questions popping up. What we're asking is if the attendees can post questions on the question and answer button rather than in the chat. I've seen some in the chat. So if we can repost those questions into the Q&A at the bottom, you'll see a Q&A button. If we click on that Q&A button. So while we're collecting some questions, I just wanted to ask a question to Marita. If in your own words, what do you see as the current barriers that are limiting Africa's digital infrastructure growth? And how do you think that stakeholder collaboration can help to remove those barriers?
Thanks, Paul. I think this is a question which many nations are also facing. Even in India, with the highest number of internet users, we have that. People who are not connected. I think one is how the government is framing the policies. We did hear policies are great, but how is the implementation happening? Broadband policies across paper is very beautiful, but are we streamlining the bottlenecks? Many times, which we have seen, and I'm using an India case because I come from here and I think many things may be similar. For example, there is a policy which has been made of using the Universal Obligation Fund, but it is used in a particular way. For example, if it is to connect the rural people, it will be only used by the agencies which the government wants. Why don't you give the private sector incentives, more incentives to connect in those rural areas, which for them is unfeasible for that matter? Or if there are community networks, why do you not link them together in some way with the national fiber optics or something, which will make it much more easier to use? There are more innovative ways to connect, and there are many new technologies. Why not look at blending them? That's one way of, to look. One is at the policy level. Is it investor friendly? Is it business friendly also? Sometimes, the policies are not made in a multi-stakeholder manner. That is why many times when you want to even implement them, they are a bit flawed because they don't take into consideration the ground realities. Similarly, it is also about adoption. If I'm talking about basic internet, do the women have the device to connect? Because normally in families, a smartphone is expensive for many people. If there is one smartphone, who would be using it? Would it be the person the man in the family or the kids in the family who may need it for school studies? Does the woman have a device to connect, for example, or do girls get the device because of social patterns in many places? Similarly, if you're connecting, do you have internet exchanges within the particular country to connect people? Or, or how is the internet coming into the country? So there are various issues which comes in. Now, if you're talking about at the adoption level, do people actually know how to use the internet in a safe way? Every country today is promoting mobile banking, or mobile money. It is easy. It is very easy for people, but there are simultaneously increase in cyber frauds. So are we keeping our, educating or building capacity of our users, and the cyber frauds are growing everywhere. Similarly, if you're having data centers coming up, are you giving the right kind of incentives to people to come and invest or create data centers? And as you mentioned, Paul, the electricity. Do we have the electricity available for that kind of data center bandwidths? One of my colleagues did mention about manufacturing units. If we want to set up the manufacturing units, are we giving the right kind of incentive to set it up so that you can build up at an economical cost? Because if you look at it, China is manufacturing it at a very economical cost. Similarly, are you having those kinds, or you could look at lessons. For example, in India, we do manufacture low-cost handsets, which are helping, and they come automatically inbuilt with multilingual languages. That could be one of the questions was there on multilingualism. So there are various options which needs to be looked at different levels of access, as well, both the supply side and the demand side, so that these basic issues can be looked at various levels. Similarly, if you want businessmen, small businesses to do business online, are the policies suitable? E-commerce policies, for example, or are they restrictive? So those are certain things I think which needs to be looked at even at the policy level. But as Hossam was mentioning, multi-stakeholderism is the only option at this point. However, at times we want to do a selective multi-stakeholderism within countries. Geopolitics or even tips within countries are different, but I think the most important barrier is that we still have investments coming in. How do you break the silos and make it work together? I think that's there. Many times right of way is an issue for ISPs, despite saying everything that we want to connect everyone. I think these are certain things I would highlight, which can go a big way. It may not diminish it, but it would go a big way. Thank you, Paul. I think I'll end it there.
Thank you. And yeah, the issue of right of way, it can be expensive, this right of way, it's often paid for, and then shared infrastructure where you have people duplicating infrastructure down the same right of way, which is frustrating. Hossam, I want to call you back to the floor. That we have a question from the audience that I'd like you to give a stab at, if you can.
Sure.
It's a question from Musa Maragi. Okay, sorry for the mispronunciation of that, but the question is, how can African leaders how will African leaders continue to collaborate with other multi-stakeholders to ensure that the digital infrastructure and the internet access for a connected Africa is fully available to rural communities, especially the underdeveloping communities in Africa?
Well, this is a difficult question.
Yes.
This is a difficult question, but because the real problem that we all face regarding connecting rural areas is the return on investment that is required. And this is, of course, the part that the government comes in and has to put efforts and support and bring also financial institution to help in order to provide the necessary funding, because at the end, this would lead to the development required and achieving the SDGs for each of the countries. So, in fact, usually in a multi-stakeholder approach, and as I stated before, government will be able easily to highlight the need of connectivity for schools, for medical centers and healthcare. And they can, along with that, highlight the part of the rural areas that are required to be implemented along with that, and to have a balanced approach with regard to the financing part of it. So how the countries collaborate together, this is an important one, because sometimes it is true that even the infrastructure might be much further away from the central capital for some country and much closer to the other country capability. And for this there would be a need for a closer collaboration among the African countries together in order to reduce the cost of implementing the public infrastructure altogether. And as I stated it before, it's like the free trade agreement of Africa. African countries need to collaborate closer together to reduce to increase the efficiency of the implementation, reduce the risk, reduce the cost, and also collaborating with private sector in implementing this. It would be much easier for the private sector that has a successful implementation in one country to roll it out to the other in the rural areas and to provide the necessary connectivity that is required. I think from this perspective, without further collaboration from countries altogether, the cost would be much higher. And I think they can also rely on two current institutions that should help them. One is the ECA, the UN Economic Commission for Africa, to help them move forward in a closer collaboration among African countries, and also maybe Smart Africa that has as a mandate to implement projects across the continent and not just by country. Thank you.
Thank you, Osam. And yes, it's a difficult question to answer because there's no single way to
There's
address
no clear
this
answer
problem.
to it.
No, but it's something we need to find a way to solve, because too many of our citizens are left out of
You
the
know,
digital.
one point that is important, and maybe what Amrita just highlighted, and you talked about it in different session before with ECA especially. We need to learn from each other, not just from the north. So we have some countries that have implemented good public infrastructure, including the rural areas. We need to learn from them how they did it and how we can just replicate and roll out based on that. So we have an efficient, bulletproof implementation with a good finance.
And I think also we need to try and change the perspective of some of the actors of digital infrastructure. You know, I was in Zambia the other day, and all the roads are being rebuilt, but we're not laying fiber or connectivity along the roads that are being rebuilt. So a lot of investment goes into old infrastructure like roads, but very little goes into new infrastructure like digital infrastructure.
You're right.
I have a question now, which I'd like to pose to Kunle if I can. It's a question from the floor. It's from Chris Wedge. How can we translate and deploy digital knowledge and expertise into the 50 African languages? And can this accelerate our developmental growth and enhance our digital security ecosystem?
All right, okay. I
Give that a go.
That's an interesting question, and I think that's what we really need to be doing in Africa. Recall when we started, we talked about the need for us to come together in Africa. And for us to come together, we need to look at how we can bring ourselves together. And one of the things we can do is to have harmonized policy. And in this case, especially for this question, I think we need to start to look at harmonized digital literacy in Africa. You see, one of the biggest challenges we have in Africa is that we have beautiful and fantastic policies, guidelines, standards everywhere. But again, I think it is high time we started looking at how we can harmonize them. We need to start talking about harmonized guidelines. We need to start talking about harmonized standards. We need to start talking about harmonized policies. Recall I mentioned that when I was reflecting on the way things are in Africa. So in this case, I think that is one thing that's going to help us. And this is the way it's going to go. If we have harmonized digital literacy, right? And one of the strategic initiatives that must be put in that is the fact that, right, we need to try as much as possible to bring everybody aboard. And the way to bring everybody aboard is that we need to translate all these initiatives into our local dialects, right? We need to translate this into our local dialects, and that is going to help us in Africa. And let me cite a very good example. I know I can. Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Number is actually doing a wonderful work in that regard. There is an initiative known as Universal Acceptance. And what Universal Acceptance speaks to are two fundamental issues. One, internationalized domain names, which speaks to issues that have to do with bringing domain names to all the, local dialects, being able to use your local dialect in domain names. That is on one hand. Then on the other hand, still on this initiative is the email address internationalization. You can just imagine me being able to put all the diacritics that are supposed to be in my name while I'm trying to write my email, or Dare, right? You know, there is this diacritics, Remire, something like that. You put it and you are able to put it in your email. So those are the initiatives. But again, we need to take it beyond that. Africa needs to come together in such a way as to be able to now have content in our local dialects, just like we have it in English. I've written a couple of peer-reviewed papers on internet decolonization, although there have been some issues like, okay, you shouldn't be using the word decolonization. But again, you will still agree with me that there are some languages that are more prominent on the internet. And that is why we are saying that, okay, guys, we need to have all these contents in other languages. And in this case, now we're talking about 50 African languages. And I think this is doable. I belong to a community of practice, and the main issue we're trying to solve is how are we going to ensure that the internet is fully decolonized? So I think it is high time we in Africa started looking at this kind of community of practice. We need to come together and say, okay, we need to have the content on the internet, even in our local dialect. It is doable. I mean, it is no rocket science. It's just a matter of we agreeing, coming together, and get it done. If we have a policy, and that is the reason why I talked about harmonized policy. And of course, the domino effect of these are not far-fetched. This is going to have positive effect on our digital economy. It's going to have positive effect on even digital literacy. You see, this issue of digital literacy, we need to start to look at other perspectives. When you say somebody is digitally illiterate, what are you saying? You are saying that the person cannot use computer because peradventure the computer only speaks in English. So let's say the computer can actually speak Fulfulde. The computer can speak Ashanti language in Ghana. So are we going to say the person is digitally illiterate? Of course, no. So that is the reason why we need to start looking at how we can bring our languages even into the internet so that we fully decolonize the internet. And I believe this is doable. First, we have harmonized policy on digital literacy. Then we swing into action. Thank you very much.
Paul, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you, Kondi. Osam, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just want to say, and this is something that was discussed among the MSB and is part of the discussion for the for the WSIS plus 20. The coming of the AI, the strong coming of the AI is bringing along a lot of challenges, but is bringing also a lot of opportunities. And especially for the digital divide and the indigenous societies and languages, the AI will bring a lot of help in to accommodate and to bring in culture, languages, etc. And we need in Africa to take this into consideration and to start working on putting awareness and capacity building in order to help the training of the AI to be able to accommodate the indigenous languages all over Africa and to be able to spontaneously translate and communicate among different, because certainly a lot of communities, especially in rural areas, are disconnected because they cannot read the language that is on the internet. Not just, if they have the infrastructure, they don't, many of them will not be able to understand and communicate. So now there is an opportunity, we need to grab it, along with, of course, more implementation of digital infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Osam. And I think, yes, we need to understand the power of AI in helping to resolve particularly some of these language issues. Okay, we're coming close to the end of our session. So what I wanted to do now is just to give each of my panelists a minute or two just to give a closing remark, and then I will close off this session so we keep to time. I'm going to do it in the reverse order. So, Sam, I'm calling you back in the floor just for some last closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's a very good session for me. I learned a lot from my colleagues. I just want to reiterate that the only way forward is multi-stakeholder close collaboration. And in addition to this, much closer multilateral collaboration among the African countries with joint projects, joint vision moving forward in order to be able to be on the level required of the digital infrastructure and to achieve the SDGs required. Collaborating closely with ECA, with Smart Africa, and capitalizing on the new mandate of the WSIS that will take place in December would be really great, especially that the UN now is embracing multi-stakeholderism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. Kunle, the floor is yours for a closing remark.
All right, thank you very much. So there is no gainsaying that multi-stakeholderism is the way to go. We have all agreed on that, and that is a statement of fact. And as a matter of fact, I believe that multi-stakeholderism will help us a lot in achieving a lot of things. Take, for example, the issue of harmonized standard, harmonized policy, harmonized guidelines, which of course should be even at the front burner when we're talking about how we can actually have regional integration in Africa. Even on this conversation that is ongoing now, talking about WISIS plus 20, we need to have a common front. That is very important. And for us to be able to advance this conversation too, the issue of digital literacy needs to be demystified. We need to move away from calling people that cannot use computer in English digitally illiterate. We need to start looking at how we can have solutions that are in our own language so that people can appreciate digital literacy even more. I think that is very important. Then capacity building, it's one thing that we cannot take away from the fact that if Africa is going to move, or advance, we need to build capacity, and Internet Society is doing a lot in that regard. And beyond that, I want to encourage us in Africa to participate in all these standard setting, organization activities like ITU, WRC, and more importantly, for the digital ecosystem, Internet Engineering Task Force and Internet Research Task Force. I've been there, I've seen what is going on there. That is where they define the future of the internet. And you know what? I can count the number of Africans that are actually participating in IETF. Wake up, Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kunle. Amrita, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I think one of the main things is keeping the conversation on. You need to have discussions on especially the best practices, what one can learn from each other, and obviously to build a very robust digital infrastructure in Africa. It needs collaborative action of all stakeholders, firstly to reduce the gaps, to also create the right kind of policy environment where there are investors, there are businesses coming in to set up infrastructure to provide services, which is obviously the policies needs to support innovation, but is right respecting, and obviously looking at the sustainability part also, looking at how you can create jobs for the young people, better capacity building, etc. So I think more collaboration in all aspects is needed. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. So as we close on this session, firstly, I'd like to thank our panelists for their time and their insightful and thought-provoking contributions towards this conversation. As we mentioned, it is a conversation. We want people to start thinking and digesting and coming back with their own thoughts. Today's discussion has reinforced that our digital transformation is not just about infrastructure. It's about the people, it's about the skills, It's about the right investment, and it's also about the right policies that fit our needs. We can't just take what other people have done and transplant it. It is not going to work. We need to build our own policies and infrastructure. And that, the collaboration between the stakeholders is key, the only way forward. We need the governments, we need the regulators. And when we talk about regulators, we need our regulators thinking out of the box. We need to do things maybe differently to the way they've been done on other continents to address particularly the digital divide that we have. We need to access the money. There is money on the continent, and we need to leverage that towards building the infrastructure. We need a shared vision, open dialogue. We need to talk about the challenges. We need to solve those challenges. So as I close, I want to encourage all of us to take what we've learned and discussed today and to see how we can foster those partnerships, how we can better collaborate across the continent, share practical successes and help ourselves to digitally connect our continent. So once again, thanks to the speakers. Thank you to you, the participants at this workshop. Without you, we wouldn't have a workshop. Thank you to the organizers. They've worked very hard to pull all this together. And yeah, let's enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Paul and panelists. Before we close this session, I would like us to have a group photograph. So for the panelists of the session, be free to open your cameras. And if you're also there, you're able to open your camera. We want to do this together with the panelists. So please, on your camera. From 3, so that we have a very smiley photograph taken. 3, 2, put on a smile. 1, and that was it. So thank you so much, our distinguished panelists on the session, Digital Infrastructure for a Connected Africa, Role of Multi-Stakeholder Cooperation. We appreciate the due diligence that you did to the session. And one of the things I was able to actually pick from this session is the fact that there are issues, there are real issues. One of the issues highlighted is purchasing power. I could recall Amrita saying something is one of the major barriers to having a digital Africa, for us to have a fulfilled, connected Africa. And right of way is something that we need to also keep our tab on. I think Nigeria, I don't know other countries, Nigeria is really doing a lot to ensure that the right of way for the infrastructure builders is reduced to the barest minimum. So we may want to look at making sure that right of way is not a barrier anymore to a digital Africa. And another thing highlighted is power supply. I think power supply is one of the things that is causing a clog to the realization of the digital Africa. So we need to really take a proper look into how we can ensure that power is no more on the way. It's a technology is supposed to have really passed that level. I think with the advent of the solar panel, all the renewable power sources, we can actually leapfrog that barrier. And then fragmented policies and regulatory inconsistencies, we really need to up our games regarding that. So I really, really want to appreciate everyone who has participated in this session, the panelists, participants, and as we move into the next session, which is on digital governance and sovereignty in Africa, I would like to enjoin our participants to stay tuned with us to be part of that session. It is promising to be a very wonderful time out again with our panelists that will be led by the Deputy Chair of AfICTA, Ms. Rachel Shitanda. So thank you so much as we move to a short break. The short break will be ending in another, and we see you on the other side.
In today's digital world, organizations need more than technology. They need information. Contemporary Consulting Limited is that partner. Based in Abuja, Nigeria, we are a global brand built on the synergy of people, process, and technology. For over 30 years, we've turned complex challenges into simple, cost-effective, and reliable solutions for high-profile clients. Our expertise spans ICT consultancy, systems integration, cybersecurity, and supplying top-tier hardware for complete, turnkey projects. We ensure your networks work flawlessly, delivering smooth organization. If you want peace of mind and need to deliver on schedule and within budget, it's time to work with us. Contemporary Consulting. Focused on performance.
So at the Global App Economy Conference, we bring app makers and technology builders together with policymakers so that we can better understand each other.
You can't create a policy if you don't know who the people are. I think a lot of policy is being created without actually speaking to SMEs.
Policymakers are able to connect with their constituents at a great rate, but not the small businesses. And a lot of the large corporations, while they're important to our ecosystem, they may have a potential larger voice. These kind of conversations.
It's important to have tech policy discussions specifically for small businesses so that we can directly elevate our voices and our concerns.
The App Association is both giving us a network of people to interact with and to connect with so that we can build our business whilst also giving us a voice.
Events like this really help us use.
For me, it's learning a lot about these policies and being able to talk to people that are subject matter experts on these policies.
As long as we keep taking these opportunities, eventually we can move the needle on things.
The work that we're doing together with the AF Association is amazing. I am really a fan and supporter of it.
The small companies are trying to change the world. They are the closest to their customers. They're passionate about their products, and they can share direct stories about how the policies that the people in these buildings are envisioning will affect them. And that is really important. That's an important conversation that needs to be had.
Pierre D'Angino, I'm Vice President Stakeholder Engagement for ICANN, and then based in Africa, taking care of Africa actually.
If you can just give us a brief of what ICANN is.
Well, ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Basically, it's about coordinating the unique identifier system of the Internet, and that's what ICANN does.
And what does that mean for Africa?
Well, it means a lot actually, because although Africa today is about 20% usage of the internet, it's quite important for so many issues of developmental issue, and ICANN is important for Africa in terms of course, the internet. The whole, I would say, policy development around it, around those unique identifiers is important for Africa to know about it, and also I believe that it's quite important for Africa to be participating.
So what efforts does ICANN do and your team do in Africa to raise awareness on this?
Well, many things actually. I would just recall that ICANN's presence in Africa actually was triggered by what we call the Dakar Declaration by the African Minister in charge of ICTs, who really wanted ICANN to be much more present in Africa, but also Africa to contribute more to ICANN. That was 2011. Today what we have done is we do have a strategy for Africa, and that strategy calls for two things. It's about, of course, promoting participating, I would say, the African DNS industry. So in that regard, our strategy has a few kind of program and projects. And a few of them quickly, to simplify what we've been doing in Africa, we set up forums, forum to discuss, DNS, for instance, is quite important. It was the first time that the professionals in that regard are meeting and discussing the issues and ideas, and also collaborating. But we also established, topical workshops that really address, issues such as, copyright issues, the brands, and the domain names, how do you understand those things, and the whole legal issues surrounding those things is important. It was the first time now that people are hearing about those things. We are also building capacity in terms of managing your registries, and also in terms of marketing, and all of those are really bringing now some sort of value added to the whole internet ecosystem in Africa. So we are trying to change, and we are supporting actually the ecosystem there. Sure, we go back to what internet could be for Africa. We are talking about the digital economy, and we believe that Africa can really tap into that one.
We Are Africa Information and
AfICTA
is a private sector-led alliance of ICT associations, multinational corporations, companies, organizations, and individuals in the ICT sector in Africa. Our vision is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. And our mission is to encourage multi-stakeholder dialogue, fostering accelerated and ICT-enabled development in Africa and the use of cutting-edge innovative technologies including mobile, computing and satellite technologies to achieve an information society in Africa. We organize non-government ICT stakeholders in Africa for effective local and continental advocacy. We are the focal point for Africa ICT advocacy in the global digital economy. We promote constant improvement in African digital literacy in collaboration with stakeholders. We create partnerships with the African Union and all the regional economic commissions towards realizing global sustainable development targets for Africa. Members and policymakers. We promote business partnerships between members and their associations members. We contribute to capacity development by promoting best practices, sharing data, skills, expertise, events, business announcements, exhibitions, seminars, and we organize an annual regional summit for knowledge sharing and cross-African advocacy. Some of our good-standing members are Contemporary Consulting, EITSAL, Egypt, Main One Cable Company, AfICTA.ng, Techlaw, Fintrack, Computer Society of Kenya, AfICTA, and many more. There's a world of benefits to our members, among which are, but not limited to, advocacy and liaison with national government in support of member initiatives, product and service endorsements on a continental level, identification of business opportunities, conducting research, strengthening the African brand, providing membership services, promotion of member product and services, opportunities in global associations, partnering with stakeholders, universities, civil society, ICT user development program, partner in developing incubators and technology parks, advise on procurement policies to support local industry, encouraging intra-African business opportunity MOs, professional development in collaboration with member national associations. Join us as we celebrate 10 years of making giant strides in the ICT world in Africa.
AfICTA.
Fulfilling the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa.
So at the Global App
Right. So I want to welcome you back. I hope you enjoyed your break. We will be going on with the summit. This is the first day of the 13th AfICTA Summit, holding virtually, and we just ended a session right about ends. And I want to believe that we have our panelists with us for that session. The session is about digital governance and sovereignty in Africa. I could see Chair, Ms. Rachel Shitanda, who is going to be leading that session here with us. So, participants, you are well appreciated for staying tuned with us. Please reach out to other persons that you think could benefit from this next session that is about to start. As I earlier said, this session is also running online via our YouTube channel, and you can also invite them to register and join us in person on the session right away. So I will turn the leadership or the moderation role of the next session to our Deputy Chair or AfICTA, Ms. Rachel Shitanda, to take the leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kayode, for the awesome work throughout the summit. Also, again, to welcome all of you back to the session, our 13th edition of AfICTA Summit. And today we're joined by our esteemed speakers to speak about digital sovereignty in Africa, mostly in realms of fulfilling the digital agenda. So I am Rachel Shitanda, the Deputy Chair and also the Vice Chair, East Africa for AfICTA. As we know, Africa has had a lot of issues to do with our data governance, our digital sovereignty, in realms of governance of infrastructure, policies, frameworks, and other agendas around digital fulfillment. So today we are going to be discussing a lot in terms of what are the things that Africa should be looking for in terms of developing an enabling environment for digital sovereignty, and what are the things that are making it hard for Africa to do cross-border digital governance, cross-border regulation within African borders, trusts within the different framework of governance in different countries in our African borders. And so here we will be examining how digital governance and sovereignty can strengthen Africa's digital transformation, focusing mainly on digital governance, cross-border regulation, digital identities, trust frameworks, and also something that is also aligned to African cross-border digital agenda. So I'll be moderating the session. And with us today, we have Dr. Kosi Amesinu. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Who has a very big track record around public sector governance, regulation, digital policy alignment, sovereignty, and implication government services. So his experience in the realm of governance. We also will be joined by Mr. Olesijan Olegibi. Also, we'll be discussing a lot on the same digital governance, security, cybersecurity policy frameworks, and trust models. And also, last, we'll be joined by Advocate Adifa Ntasaluba, who is a specialist in legal frameworks, and we'll be discussing about how legal frameworks and will affect cross-border data issues, including data protection and rights consideration across Africa. So I want to open the floor by inviting Advocate Nadifa to speak a bit on the discussion, contribute a little bit on the discussion on how we define digital sovereignty in terms of the legal aspect in Africa, and what are the risk factors that African countries are facing in terms of developing strong governance and sovereignty digital ecosystems. Also, should also chip in with a little bit more on our own perspective on the topic. So welcome, Advocate. Welcome, Advocate Nadifa. Advocate Nadifa, we can't hear you. I think you have a problem with your mic. Or, oh, yes, now I can.
Let me
Yes,
do this.
yes. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. And let me start off by recognizing the leadership of AfICTA and appreciating the opportunity to participate in this panel. Probably it would be worthwhile that one first speaks to who is speaking, so that is dealt with. I am, as indicated, an advocate, non-dependent.
We have lost you again, Madam Advocate Adifa. If there's an issue with your mic again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. In brief, let me start off by saying I come from the University of the Land. And in the University of the Land, we pride ourselves of having been the largest CODEL institution that provides services from the North Pole to the South Pole. That is our footprint. Not only that, we also have what we call catalytic niche areas. We are catalyzing services, quality of life to humanity wherever you are. And we are using 10 strategic levers. The beauty about these levers is that they are situated within your own United Nations strategic development goals, as well as the AU 2063. So they can translate to any country's NDP, as it happens in South Africa. And they cover effectively, because we're talking about sovereignty, they cover the domains that define where you operate. Because when we talk about domain territorial integrity, we talk about the land, we talk about we talk about marine, we talk about the airspace, we talk about the cyberspace, we talk about outer space. Those catalytic niche areas, they move there. And then they talk about the energy that is important, and embracing then the gender, the role of women within the population is the key drivers of development. Because if you educate a woman, you're educating the world. And finally, because we are in the University of the Land, we talk about then support systems. You will understand later why this is important as I speak to the issues. Well, if one then talks to the issue you have raised, my dear chairperson, of sovereignty, allow me to just indicate that sovereignty, you cannot remove sovereignty from territorial integrity. Because when you deal with territorial integrity, you're dealing with the issues of domains, but also you're dealing with issues of national interests. And if you're dealing with issues of national interest, you talk about how you promote local innovation. And in so doing, you will then reduce dependency on foreign technology because you want to assure your citizens that their data is not for sale, their data is secure, and their privacy of their data is sacrosanct as they transact over the internet. Now, as I deal with this issue, remember that we're dealing with a promise that we've given to Africa. And this promise is in the African Digital Compact, which is triangulated through the digital strategy. This promise is what then must manifest in everything that we do, even in the legislation. The pillars then, that where we actually dock our governance, have got to be the policy and regulatory, institutional capability and capacity, the cybersecurity discourse, and the digital identity that you've spoken about. Now, allow me then to just quickly look at the legislative landscape, and I'll talk about the issues there. If you look at the legislative landscape in Africa, we have the Brussels effect. And this is informed by international law paradigm that we must have a playground in terms of multilateral legal instruments. And then that gets dissected into your continental and regional, and then it gets translated and made effect into your constitutions. Without running any higher, I will take the International Declaration of Human Rights. And if you look at what has happened there in terms of the covenants, and then how then those had to be articulated in the various constitutions of the states, you will see how then Africa is or has been adopting legislation. Well, if I then get closer to what we're talking about, you will remember that we have the Budapest Convention and we have the EU directive. I want to dock there and remind you of one thing that is always forgotten, that we have twins that emerged. The twins are the GDPR that has managed to be known by everybody. Allow me today to tell you that the other twin is the law enforcement directive, because if you talk about privacy during law enforcement, you will not use GDPR. It is very clear in terms of the articles. Allow me to move further and come home to Africa. In Africa, we then have our own Malabo Convention, which we took a long time to actually ratify with the assistance of Mauritania on the 15th of May, 2022, yes. And hence we have the enforcement. But what I want us to look at is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which is the reason we are here, and the protocol. And the protocol that I want to deal with is the one that deals with digital trade, because it has a direct relationship with the digital, with the implementation or the translation of the Global Digital Compact on governance and digital technology, and how it has been, well, I wouldn't say customized in Africa in terms of the Africa Digital Compact, and then the strategy that I spoke about, which is the special purpose vehicle that we're dealing with. So what are the risks here? One of the risks that we have, allow me now to go back to the legislative processes, is that if you look at Africa currently, we have, in terms of the privacy legislation, out of the 55, we have 39 that actually have enacted, but we have 34 that actually have the protection authorities. That should signal something. But most importantly is that we have the new feature, which is the cryptic crawling, the artificial intelligence, which is not new, but the synthetic side and the generative side has run faster. Now, if one looks at the cybersecurity posture of Africa, you will find that very few of the states actually have developed the legislative frameworks and policies around the cybersecurity. If you want to know about that, quickly go to the report that was developed by ITU on Global Cybersecurity Index 2024. You will find there at least 5 tiers. And in tier 1, which talks about role modeling, you will find the likes of Ghana, Kenya, Mauritius, Rwanda, Tanzania. They are there because of the policies that they have on cybersecurity. You have tier 2, where you have Benin, South Africa, Togo, Zambia, the list goes on. But I want to tell you that these tiers are having fulcrums, and these fulcrums are in tier 1, you are role modeling. In tier 2, you are advancing. Tier 3, you are establishing. Tier 4, you are evolving. Tier 5, you are building. Look at it. You have 3 gears for the same states of Africa. And we want to talk about data sovereignty, AI sovereignty, digital rights, data governance. What I've just shown you is that we are in differentiated platforms, and that is the risk on its own. Embedded in that is then the issue of us recognizing the emerging technologies from us, and also using our own institutions, higher educations and vocational institutions, to develop technologies. And we enable procurement laws and procurement systems to allow us to procure the technologies coming out of our innovative engineers and programmers in Africa. Allow me to talk now, and thank you to you, facilitator.
Thank you so much, Advocate Nadifa, for your input on our governance structures and things that we as Africans need to do in order to make our structures a bit more strengthened, and also to have a conversation that is talking about us and policies around digital sovereignty that are narratives of Africans. And so I also want to invite our participants to put their questions that they have for panelists, for Advocate Nadifa, and also to our incoming other panelists that are going to speak on this topic, on digital sovereignty, and things that you think should be discussed in our Q&A. Next speaker, Monitoring and Support Services, Ministry of Economy and Finance, Chair of ONG Women Be Free Africa. Welcome so much. We are honored to have you, and kindly grace us with your presence and also a bit more conversation.
Thank you, moderator. I don't know if you are hearing me very well.
Governments.
Do you hear me?
Dr. Kosi?
Yes, do you hear me, moderator?
Yes.
Do you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me
I
very
can
well?
hear you. Yes,
Oh,
welcome.
Yeah, we can
okay.
hear you. Can hear you.
Okay. Okay. I will use my camera shortly because the area is not very good. I'm in public area here. Let me stop the camera first and continue. Okay, let me see. Thank you for inviting me to this panel. We know that digital transformation is an opportunity for us as government policymaker. We are working for common goods. We recognize also that working for others is very difficult. You know, when we are working for ourselves, it's free. You can do what you like, what you need, every time, everywhere. But if you are working for common good, you're supposed to work to have everybody as to provide information, you need to provide service to everybody in around your job area. Me, for example, I support private sector people. I need to provide them the quick information, the dynamically. It's supposed to have them provide them assistance every time. But when we are doing that, sometimes contacts can provide some difficulty. Depending your professional conscience, we can say you provide service to anyone, and that person can after provide you gratitude or provide you brainberry. Sometimes this physical contact, can become a problem. When digitalization came, all government around the world, especially in Africa and also in Benin, we see digitalization as a solution, very good solution. Because in our position, it's important to reduce what we say the opportunity of gratitude they can provide to others. We need to stop that. Physical contact leads to let come corruption sometimes in the delivery of the service, the public service. This is a problem. When we make diagnostic like that, see that technology can provide good solution for us. Digital transformation are built like a bridge in between the stakeholders, between the people, between people and government, a civil servant worker, and that in their working, in their job, we need to sometimes replace physical contact by digital solution, provide digital solution for them. Digitalization became for us in Benin, identify as the key for our economic and social development. For that, our government invests significantly to deploy fiber optic across the country, many ways, from the south to the north of the country. Anywhere we provide fiber optic solution for our administration to connect our also big infrastructure like our central authentication infrastructure. We have also interoperability infrastructure, big one for all the platform you have in this public service providing to people. We have interoperability platform for all our work. We have specific infrastructure for public service delivery, But also, this interoperability platform became our key point, using also our personal identification infrastructure and to let people have their service anytime, anywhere, everywhere in our country. This is very important. When we are doing that, we look at data. Where is our data? Where are we supposed to put it? We establish for that a big data center where we have all the data provided and built by the public entities. We're also looking for private sector, private entity, and to provide their data on the same place, and to have all our national data in our data center. National data.
Sorry for interrupting. Do you mind putting on your camera, please?
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay. I'm saying, okay, let's continue. I'm saying we need to have all our public people receive information, receive their service, public service, from anywhere, anytime, from home. For that, we identify all the people. We have one infrastructure called personal ID information. We have our road service, which is an interoperability platform, and to provide all the information in the same way for the people who can have it anytime. We know that this digitalization provides also some challenge on security area. For that, we have one unit called National Digital Investigation Unit, which have power to investigate in our cyberspace to see how jobs are doing, to let people have access to internet safely, to have people have access to the service safely, and provide them every time security aspect, and to let them receive the information without corruption. This is very important. When we are going in the same time with the government working activities, we look at collaboration with other countries. We look at collaboration with other entities in West Africa and across the world. And for that, we go and ratify Malabo Convention. We also ratify Budapest Convention. Also enter the West African ECOWAS cybersecurity process, and to do our job securely, to provide safety access to information and service, public service to people. We also use very well artificial intelligence now in our process to build the specific application which can let us use better our fiber optic we put anywhere in the town. For agricultural area, for cultural area, we are using artificial intelligence very well.
Dr. Kosi, I would have to interrupt you a bit because I also want to get another introduction from other participant, and then we'll have more contribution after the short introduction from one of our other participants. I'm sorry for the interruption, so that we can have a good flow, and then we have a little bit of time to go into a lot of questions that have been asked as well. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. So next, we'll be going to our next speaker, who is Ms. Elusigan Olegiba, who is the CEO of Data Analytics Privacy Technology. to say, introduce himself a bit about what he does and a bit about the conversation in hand before we can dive down into the panel discussions. A short introduction, please, so that we can have time for the Q&A.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me please repronounce my name. I'm Segun
Sorry for that.
I'm Segun Olugbile. I'm the CEO of Data Analytics Privacy Technology and also the chairman of Abuja Chambers of Commerce Trade Group on Digital Economy and ICT. The information I had earlier was that I will be making a presentation. I've already prepared my presentation, and that will help me to articulate my thoughts. If not,
Okay,
I think
I think
I
we
won't be able
can go.
to.
Sorry, sir. I think we can go ahead and you display the presentation. I'll give you like 10 to 15 minutes for the presentation, and then we'll have an open panel discussion. That's
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank
you, moderator. Please, can I have the opportunity to share my screen, please?
Please, you can.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
It's coming
Yes.
up. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be faster. On the screen. Now, like I said earlier, I'm simply Segun Olugbile. I will be very brief with this presentation, and I will make my presentation available after this meeting. But it is always important to understand and put in a better context the idea behind digital governance and the digital sovereignty from the context of AfICTA, which is a representative of the business sector, and also from someone like me who has been a practitioner over many years. I won't be able to give you all this, but I will just I want us to look at the digital governance and the sovereignty in African context. I've seen people asking a question, what is about a digital governance? To put it simply, the governance in this context is about the use of technology. It's about how such technology is managed in the public affair to drive a public service delivery, and at the same time, it could also be used in the private sector as well. I wouldn't want to lay too much emphasis on that because the African is not really suffering from digital governance. We have seen evidences and fact that the governance of the technology has been ongoing and it has been successful in many cases. Now, let me also put it in the context that the implementation of this digital governance in Africa, it's always important to look at it from the context of our own politics, our own cultural and social and infrastructural issues as well. But like I said, let us look at the value for local adoptions. This is just to give us an idea about how digital governance is creating values. Those values are visible, and I really want to go too much on that for now. But let me touch on digital sovereignty. The sovereignty in this case is about African taking ownership of his own destiny, of his own digital destiny, and controlling his own data and building a resilient and sustainable infrastructures and enforcing a regulation that will enhance it to achieve all this purpose. Now, while it is important for us to look at digital sovereignty, I would rather prefer to focus on digital sovereignty because that is where the African is having series of challenges. Now, it is always good to emphasize is that the sovereignty in this context of digital is about ownership. How do we take control? What are we owing? What are we controlling? How do we control the digital infrastructure, data, and our frameworks for regulations? And then it's also about how do we protect our data? Apart from personal data, how do we protect our national data, our security data, other data that are very important to our survival? And then to also prevent, how do we prevent external control from taking advantage of that? So the digital sovereignty in this case is also about how do we to a larger extent prevent foreign entities from controlling and influencing our digital assets as well and policy, because that has been the main problem in Africa. We have seen partners from Europe, we have seen partners from other continents shaping and influencing the digital policy in Africa by the way of funding and by the way of what have you. The African has not really taken control or taken ownership of their process. Now, so it is also important to look at the opportunities here. In the context of AfICTA, AfICTA has always championing the benefit and the gain of digital technologies to promote integrations and to also generate inclusive economic growth. That has been the mission of AfICTA over many years. But it's also aligned with the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy, which is well known, is in the public domain. But then the AfICTA vision and the African vision as well, they intersect at the core fundamental pillars here, which I will speak to a question asked by somebody that what is the digital pillar? Those pillars that define our own digital sovereignty and all that. If you look at it, the African vision and the African vision, they intersect at the level of enabling policy and regulatory environment, digital infrastructures, and cybersecurity frameworks. Let me jump, but before I jump here, it is always good to also celebrate our progress to some extent. Now, I wouldn't go there now, but let me just emphasize that it is, I just want to go somewhere, which is very, very important. Now, I want us to look at the progress that we have made so far in Africa. We have really deepened the digital governance, and our framework is also working to a larger extent that we are beginning to see changes in the digital landscape in terms of investment, in terms of having control of our data, in terms of enforcing local frameworks, and in terms of even voices. We have seen African at the global level now shaping voices that has to do with our a framework that will control or shape the destiny of Africa. Now, within the context of infrastructure and connectivities, we have seen the mobile broadband expansion in Africa. The Nigerian side can speak to that. The South African can speak to that. These things are available in the public space. We have also seen fiber investment as well. For example, in my own estate, and I can also attest that many of them as well, we have seen fiber optics being laid across the ecosystem. We have also seen the local traffic management of data as well. Internet exchange point in Africa is also working. We have seen increased activities in that regard. Then in terms of digital governance policy, we have also seen data protection legislation. Over 30 countries in Africa have enacted their own law, and they are enforcing. We also see cyber resilience as well. Cybersecurity strategy of recent, African Union just developed African-wide cybersecurity strategy, which will help to harmonize all the frameworks in Africa. So that is ongoing. Then we also have a policy harmonization attempt. That is to the effort by AU and the regional body to ensure that some of the framework and policy across African countries are aligned to digital policy to facilitate cross-border flow as well. So we have also seen innovation ecosystem. As I'm talking to you today, African has become the largest fintech hub in the world, with Nigeria leading the show and Kenya also demonstrating a very powerful and resilient investment drive. The South Africa as well. So we have seen fintech leadership going across Africa, and we've also seen entrepreneurs support across Africa. Investment are also coming to Africa because of the fintech expansions. We've also seen, venture capital funding growth across Africa. So the same thing applies to digital ecosystem. We have also seen that as well. Nigeria has redefined its own ID for that is identity for development landscape frameworks, which is ongoing. We have also seen attempts across Africa to achieve that. We have also in terms of digital governance and policy maturations, data protection, over 30 countries in Africa have enacted their own law. And this law, though they may not actually be at the level that we want them to be, but there has been a progressive interventions and effort across Africa. We have also seen the cybersecurity framework as well, which I did mention before, and the regional policy realignment, which is ongoing. So I wouldn't drag this too much, but it's always good to speak to the progress being made, even though there are critical gaps. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the awesome contribution. However, I had rushed you a bit. I apologize for that. We just have a lot of questions that are also centered around what you've spoken about. And I feel like it's good for us to handle the question as we're going on as well. So we have spoken about building capacity within Africa and also partnership and what has been achieved. And there is a question that has been asked on the chat on the same. How can digital governance and sovereignty promote local innovation? And I think partly has been answered. This is from Musa Maigari from Nigeria. How can sovereignty promote local innovation ecosystems and fulfill African digital agenda? If you have 1 minute, Mr. Segan, to answer the question, I would appreciate.
Okay, thank you very much. The digital governance framework in Africa is indeed imparting growth. Let me use Nigeria and South Africa, for example, even Kenya, but let me use Nigeria and South Africa. Nigeria has been able to enforce its own digital footprints and then assert its control. And this control is imparting the need to develop, or the need to internalize innovations, and they need to also drive and move investment to support this, the so-called tech startup. And then we've also seen enforcement going across the ecosystem in terms of data protection and privacy issues. But what is important, which I just want us to look at here, is that the digital governance being driven is not only just driven by the government side. We have seen a deliberate effort to work with the private sector. Like I said, if I speak to what is happening in Nigeria, you see enforcement being driven via the private sector mechanism, and that is really achieving result. We might not have gotten there, but the fact is that we are beginning to see that this governance policy is being defined, having in mind our own local context, our own economic interest priorities. So I think these things are evolving, and I believe that we will get there.
Thank you so much. That was a brilliant conversation from you. We appreciate your presence and also your input on the conversation, quite enlightening. We're still going on with the conversation, and I'll stick around to hear our little panel discussion, and also we'll be chipping in as we also do the Q&A. So if you have more questions, kindly put them on the question and answer tab as we continue the conversation. I'll now go to our able Dr. Kosi. Just from your experience around Africa and how we've been able to share data across borders, what are the things that you find Africa needs to strengthen in terms of data protection and digital identity, and things to do with policy around data sharing and regulation? Because I understand we are also in the academia space and there's a lot of cross-border data sharing. Is there something that we as Africans can work on in terms of strengthening that as that part of our ecosystem?
Okay, thank you, Muriel.
For the answer.
Okay. In the academia level, all the universities in Africa now are working closely, very closely. We just need to have data in one place. That is not due today. It's a very big challenge. We need to have all our research data in one place and to let prove what is new to research again in our area. Because me, I'm working in digital area. Some of colleagues also are working in the same area in other countries, but we are not working in the same specific situation. I'm looking for how digital can be used better in the job area. Some other research is not in the same level. We need to harmonize our approach. We need also to collect our data in the same place and let our students use it to produce the new paper. That is one way. For government level, we are speaking about sovereignty. Sovereignty is not mean one country do only their job. Digital space is not closed by country. No, no, no. It's open. We need to look at what is the better we do in Nigeria? What is the better we do in the Ivory Coast? What is the better we do in Accra? And all of our government should communicate. For example, in Benin, you have one law enforcement called a digital code. Digital code for Benin, many countries came Benin and let people in Benin here explain what is the issue, what is why we go to digital code, what is the mean of the specific protection we put for people in digital space in this code, why we put our national investigation units on place. Why we put on place? Because you have sometimes very big issue in cyberspace. We need to communicate from Benin to
I think
Nigeria
I'm
and
going
so
to
on.
cut you a bit
In this
short.
communication,
Dr. Kosi, I'll cut you a bit short so that we get like 5 minutes of public engagement. But now you've already gotten why we need to build an engagement between countries, and sovereignty doesn't actually mean we need to have our own. It means that we need to own the infrastructure and also own the conversation, but also collaborate. So in the spirit of, yes, so in the spirit of collaboration and also the trust framework around Africa, I'll go to our able advocate, Madam. Sorry.
Yes.
So I'll ask a bit about now the legal aspect about it, and what are those regional frameworks that are in existence around our African region that are enabling cross-border data flow, and what do you think the existing region of bodies and frameworks in the EU, in the AU, in the regional economic communities can help in addressing them? I also think there is a question that you had also mentioned you're gonna address from the chat. Question from how can digital governance enhance transparency and accountability in African public sectors? What are the main pillars of effective digital governance framework in African governments? And how does the dominance of global tech giants challenge African governance supremacy, sovereignty? So, Madam Advocate, I'll give you, because these are many questions, there are 4 questions, I'll give you 5 minutes to answer.
Thank
The one
you
that you've
very much.
chosen, and also what I've picked from the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm still audible.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And to our participants globally, we appreciate the the actual intellectual stimulation, but it must go into the practical existence of that child in the deep rural, being able to transact without fear. So allow me to start with trust. I started off by saying we are dealing with a digital promise, a promise of digital transformation. That a child and a young woman and an old woman should trust that with this gadget, I'm able to do everything securely. One test was during COVID when services had to be attended online and speaking the IGF language. The issues of I've heard the issues about how we have improved. But if the cost of the internet is still such that someone must do an opportunity measurement between buying milk and getting airtime, we still we have not built the bridge. I want us to remember that when we started developing our model laws on e-commerce, on cybersecurity, on cybercrime, the latest one, we were saying we will build the bridge and we will go to the other side and work with our citizens through the bridge. Now, I want each and every one of us from our various states, we have, through the Brussels effect, developed the laws which are the bridge. The question is, have we worked with our people? I will use a simple example of cookies. Just a simple example of cookies. I always say, if you look at the behavior of cookies, you will understand that it's a bridge too far. Now, let me get then to why I'm saying that it's bridge too far. We're dealing with issues of security. We have the issues of domain names. As we speak, if you go to our various countries, we are using generic domain names. The dream for a country domain name is still far-fetched because of the cost implications. And so I want to ask all of us, if we are still using generic, the Gmails of this world, how can we ensure that the citizen, the data that is transacting in my own legal practice through a Gmail, that data is secure? Obviously, you can't. Now, the issue of transparency within the public service, allow me to use South Africa. I've been privileged to be part of the governance of ICT because I was in the government and for quite a long time, and I was in the cabinet clusters. One of the issues was developing an e-government. This e-government was enabling a child from Tomo, supposedly, to get into the post office, supposedly, and be able to have access to the internet and get to all the services. But it was premised on the utilization of the force, free and open software to enable the creative children of Africa to assist in that development. Has that happened? You will find that we are dealing now, and allow me to triangulate with my colleague has spoken about universities. We have a Moodle platform now as universities, and we are coming together through the Moodle. It's a force platform. But the challenges that you also have licenses that have to be imposed on this platform, and the licenses are transferring costs to who? To the same children, to the same students. The second thing I want to talk about, which I love all the time, is that if I always say, if you have a capability, that is African, please show us. And I'm raising this because If you don't have your own capability, forget about data security, forget about privacy. Because when you develop your capability, you know how you are going to deal with the security features. And so I'm saying we are not short of engineers. We are not short of programmers. If you want to check that, go to Burkina Faso. You will see it. All we need is to trust in what we have as Africans, and we allow the experimentation. I want again to emphasize on our procurement as Africa. This the single code that my colleague from Benin is talking about will manifest if the procurement laws are allowing that. Allow me to just take you to the protocol, the wonderful protocol on digital digital technology and AI. Are you aware that with all that we are talking about, there's Article 2 that says you will do anything but leave government procurement. It does not apply. So what are we in reality doing? Because the better place where you have the procurement is that must ensure that the SMMEs, the young, the disabled participate. This is government. So if government is going to be put aside, then what are we doing? I'm therefore saying we need to look at our multilateral legal instruments, how we phrase them to ensure that this harmonization is possible. And lastly, allow me to quote the authority on cybersecurity, Barrister Oji Ucheme from Nigeria. When he speaks about a citizen that is wired, which then demands that we need to make sure that the laws are not for compliance, they are for service delivery. If you look at what we have been doing, we want, and I've been assisting many states in developing the laws. You will find that we're saying, no, I want to comply. And it's coming from the data adequacy debate, a debate for another presentation or another day, where our data adequacy requires us to look at global north for us to be relevant. Look at AI and look at the ISO standard. The data adequacy discourse is making us to look at somewhere else for us to be adequate. Can't we look at ourselves as Africa? We create our African adequacy discourse and we begin to develop our own capabilities to make sure that we are compliant. Lastly, I want to talk about the transparency. The reason I was talking about e-government in South Africa, I was talking about it because transparency should be a function of a citizen. We have strategic plans, we have annual reports, we have national development plans, but you will find that we're still dealing with audit reports with qualifications. And I'm not in any way implying that a clean audit implies the service delivery, but there should be a relationship between the two. You can have a clean audit and then there's no service delivery. It cannot be. So I'm then saying transparency must allow citizens not to just engage on the accounting documents, but to engage with what we call in South Africa a citizen-based monitoring and evaluation, where you are able then to deal with citizens in terms of what it is that they are seeing in terms of their own. What is happening to the bridges? What is happening to the clinics? What is happening to the education? As opposed to, do you have a clean audit? For me, that would be accountability. Speaking now the law, let me finish. Okay. If you talk about pillars the pillars which I've already spoken about, you will look at policy and framework, but not a tick box relevance. And not a transplant relevance. It must be rooted. Secondly, look at institutional capacity. Remember that farmer knows more about what is needed in the drone technology than me at a university because he's using it. That child who's building a small drone and is playing around with that knows better about innovation. So institutional capacity that takes care of adult education, basic education, but most importantly, leveraging what is available in a deep rural setting in the states of Africa. Thirdly, the issue of cybersecurity and data protection. I've indicated that cybercrime and cybersecurity were twins, but for reasons they had to be separated because of the needs for codification. And as a result, they are not moving together. And you can't deal with cybercrime outside cybersecurity and cyber hygiene and cyber resilience. The digital identity, I want to harp on this one because digital identity in the presence of AI and the challenges that we have. Now, let me give an example. I am an African. I go to state X, I get to the airport. When I get to the airport, there's no one because everything is paperless. When I get there, I'm greeted by a screen. And the screen actually is such that it does not allow me because my features are not appearing in their database. And so I'm saying, if we talk about the digital identity and inclusion, inclusion must be inclusion. And we will not do it outside Africa. We need to do it in Africa as Africans. And by so doing, we must make sure that the infrastructure we use is African. All this infrastructure, in fact, if you go now to outer space, where now we're moving in terms of where we want to put the database, where we are having the satellites, we need to make sure that the data is safe and the issues of cybercrime are taken care of. And I want to close off by saying, I'm hoping that I've responded to all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you'll have time to add for more. So I just want us to at least tackle all the questions that have been asked by our viewers and participants. And so I'll mention a bit. Thank you so much for the contribution. There's need for us to develop and own our own critical infrastructure. That means the internet infrastructure around softwares that are being used on the internet space, solutions, manufacturing, and we need to build our own capacity, both skill-wise and also in terms of business. So this conversation is quite on time to do that. And thank you so much, our able advocate, for building a picture around the need for building our own. So as someone who has worked for across ICT policy and digital resilience and capacity building in AfICTA and other institutions like ICANN, IGFCT, contributed a lot in ISOC, I have seen fragmented governance and also lack of harmonization of digital frameworks can limit Africa digital independence, and lack of harmonization of digital frameworks that have also led to yet not a very inspiring progress for national data protection laws across border and identity systems. So as we begin to as we continue with this conversation, I also want to get a view from one of our able panelists and on a specific question that has been asked on the conversation. Segan. So the question is, let me read it aloud. It is on the Q&A, and what has been asked is to the panelists, don't you consider that Africa needs most before digital sovereignty is knowledge of digitalization and digital transformation factors, in that on average the internet penetration hovers around 40 to 50%. Yes, as we talk about this, so we can also highlight about the challenges that Africa as a continent is facing around penetration and also affordability. We cannot assume that. So, Mr. Segan, maybe highlight your input around that as well as we continue. 1 minute to that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, the moderator.
Sorry, before I continue, I also remind our participants to look at the polls that have popped up on our screen and let us participate and give our views on the conversation as well. Okay, you can proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is important to look at the foundational pillars of a digital sovereignty. One of the key aspects or the most important thing that the African need now is they need to be more committed to digital sovereignty, because if you look at the foundational pillars, we have the aspect that has to do with policy and regulations. You have another aspect that has to do with digital infrastructures. And then you have the one that has to do with digital literacy and cybersecurity frameworks, which is to engender trust in the whole system. But then, if you don't develop your infrastructures, you are going to have what we call external dependency, which means that foreigners will provide alternative to infrastructures, and then your data, your knowledge, everything you will not be under your control. And then you can't also develop infrastructures if you don't develop human infrastructures. That has to do with digital literacy capacity of the key players. Who are the key players here? The SME, the largest employer of labor, and those that deepen digital transformation more. They are the SME, they are the uptakers. They may be the last mile, but they are the one that will sustain whatever the large enterprise are doing. So in this context, it is very important that the human infrastructure side, which has to do with a deliberate investment in data literacy and capacity building, what I can call a knowledge-based partnership, is very important. Then also, let me emphasize that African is not lacking policies, at least from my own experience, from the fact and evidence out there. We have brilliant policies, but the problem here is implementation and commitment to implement those policies. This is where the digital sovereignty will not work if we don't have a deliberate intersection of the political sovereignty. We need a political leadership that will prioritize the aspects that has to do with the digital sovereignty here. So then, to cap it all, I will say that the private sector has a big role to play here, but it will be difficult for the private sector to play a role when you have a conflicting regulation across Africa. As a practitioner, I've been involved in implementing data protection compliance across some systems here, ecosystem. But when you implement the one for Nigeria, then you have a client that has multi-branches across Africa. As you are struggling to meet with the requirement in Nigeria, you're also struggling to meet with other requirements in other African countries. And then that creates a conflicting scenarios, and it makes this thing very costly and expensive. So in that context, there will always be needs to have, I think we have African Convention on Cybersecurity and Data Protection, which they call Malabo Conventions. Now that it has been ratified, how do we now operationalize it? That is what is important now. Perhaps the private sector to come in, and then the African Union and the AfICTA body line, and help to develop implementation guidelines so that we may have African-wide regulation that speaks to a similar regulation like GDPR. Because if you keep on implementing Nigerian system, you go to Kenya, you implement, then you are going to have a dichotomy, and that will be costly, and that will make the vision of AfICTA, that is African Continental Free Trade vision, look like a joke. So it is very important for us to look at those foundational pillars and then how we can, harmonize, many of our interventions and they work together. So I think that is what I can say for now. But please, by way of information, I will make my presentation available because I thought I'm going to make a presentation, but I can give it for free so that people can really look at it so that they can get a better perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, we did not have enough time to go through the entire presentation, but we can always share with the Secretariat and it will be available to everyone. I'm sure we highlighted the best parts of it. So going forward, I just want to move into our last question, which is more focused around collaboration and capacity building. So this is more for things that we're talking about academia, we're talking about partnership, government and policy and private sectors, and also the civil society. In terms of capacity building around policy and also digital infrastructure. So a question to our panelists, Dr. Kosi, what strategies can close the digital gaps and build cybersecurity capacity across African nations? This is by Musa Maigari. Also, let us give it 1 minute, please. I'm serious.
We just need to look at the process built by the Union of the University in Africa. We have excellence center in many countries in Africa. Especially in Benin, for example, you have 4 excellence center. We have some in many countries. Just look at the Center for Digitalization. We have just 1 for Benin. We have many in other countries, Nigeria and South Africa also. We need only to collaborate in that excellence center. Thank you.
We believe collaboration is something that Africa actually needs. And we are looking forward as AfICTA as an organization and also as a body to form many collaboration within African countries and also cross-border in terms of bridging the gap on digitalization, digital governance, digital investment in terms of ICT, infrastructure, and all these things. So we welcome also participants to register with us and be members, contribute to conversation in different capacity, representing AfICTA in different forums, helping conversations around digital governance, policies, development across Africa, across different international bodies as well. So we are happy to have you here today. And I think I'll just give each and every person, each and every panelist, a maximum of 1 minute each to do closing remarks. And I will start with Ms. Olesijan, the CEO of Data Analytic Privacy Technology, to give his final remarks. And also he can speak a bit about what 1 or 2 things that he's also interested in doing and how you can get in touch with him as well. Okay, your floor is yours, Mr. Olesigan.
Okay. Thank you very much. My advice or my key takeaway, or how can I put it? I will want AfICTA and the stakeholders to see digital knowledge partnership as a foundational element for success in Africa. And one of the key problems we have now is problems of certifications invasions in Africa. We see foreign certification investing a lot of economic drive, the brain grain and all stuff and all that is taking place. So I want to see how knowledge, competence, and skill capacity building or core knowledge can be harmonized across Africa, such that a certification in Nigeria on data protection on AI should be acceptable in Kenya, should be acceptable across other countries. So for us to do that, there has to be, it is better for us to have a deliberate partnership between the government, the private sector, and the academia as well. I think Nigerian side have started something. If Africans can learn from it, that would be great. That is building internal capacity and certification on data protection. And I'm also aware that they are deepening that so that within the ECOWAS corridor, there, if you have a certification in Nigeria, they to be acceptable within the ECOWAS corridor. So how do we deepen that across Africa? Then number two, I also want to see oppression. I want to see oppression against skills and knowledge that comes from Africa to be addressed. If there's a certification in Africa, if you go to Canada, if you go to UK, it should be there should be I cannot put it handshake for a common agreement to accept and adopt, and then to also, allow the African certification to be accepted in those claims as well. Because if you don't address that, honestly speaking, you see a lot of issues in economy is going away from Africa. Massive digitalization or colonization of knowledge and skills is going on. So if you can address that, that will help us to build the foundational elements that we need to have a sustainable digital Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. That was more than 1 minute.
Oh.
We are past our time, and I don't want to keep our participant way too long than what we had planned. So exactly 1 minute, Dr. Kosi, just a closing remark. And also Dr. Nadipa, you will take over after he just drops off with a closing remark. 1 minute each. We are closing in 2 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. We need to have in Africa the Trust Infrastructure Certification Authority by country. That suppose you have to have information about who are using our IP, Internet Protocol, IP in Africa. And all our government supposed to have transparency in data sharing. This is very important. And let's have our data in one place for students to let them test our innovation in Africa. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you so much. That was an academic answer. We can proceed, Advocate Nadipa.
Thank you. I am speaking as a curriculum and qualifications developer in South Africa. I would say Africa must rise to an African qualifications framework where all qualifications, all short programs and qualifications are pegged on one qualifications framework as Africa. That will enable everything that we're looking for. For as long as we are having different qualifications framework, anything that we have as credits will always be viewed with some circumspect. A single market is important. A single, like we say in a space, we need a single market, a single space in Africa. We need a single market for the digital capabilities. But that will not happen if even our protocols are still saying we can remain where we are. There's a mindset we must adopt if we want to have this United States, which will have a qualification that is applicable and that is equivalent elsewhere. The last one, I can't wait for a moment where I get a service provider that says, I am Malabo Convention compliant, not GDPR compliant. And I'm seeing this, but it needs an effort for us. My colleague has actually spoken about the challenge we have about the transplant of GDPR, that everybody is GDPR compliant. Guess what? The EU now has its certification. Everyone who meets the certification will remain in the EU. What happens to the one who does not meet, who is selling some services? Can we move towards a Malabo Convention compliance? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the great insights, our able panelists. Thank you so much for the conversation, for also our participants. We have highlighted a lot of things on this discussion. Digital sovereignty is not an isolation. That is one of the things that we need to take away. It's an empowerment. We need to empower ourselves. It's about our ownership of our own data, trust framework, alignment of policies with African aspiration, which is one Malibu Convention and other aspirations that Africa has been able to achieve in digital growth. The key takeaway for today, our participant, is one, we need to harmonize our governance frameworks. We need to also have stronger institutional capacity within our regulators and also our policymakers in Africa. And we need to promote and continue collaborating across sectors for better alignment. If we can align on a digital governance structures with our development priorities as Africa, Africa can define its own digital destiny. Thank you to our panelists for the rich insights and to everyone participating and joining this important conversation. I will be asking everyone who is able to put on their camera for our group photo for this conversation. Thank you so much, everyone. Kindly, everyone who has access to put on their camera. I can see Dr. Melissa. It is nice seeing you after a long time. Thank you so much, Secretariat, for enabling this awesome conversation, for our able participant for giving your time, insightful questions and contribution on the comments and also on the Q&A. We will get a report for every participant on what has been going on in this summit. It's still ongoing, and we welcome you to our future and present conversation, which it will be ending tomorrow, but also we want to tell you that we're always having this conversation and you're welcome to join AfICTA. So Able Secretary, kindly take over. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so before you go, please let me take our group photograph. It's very important. I'll be counting down 3, 2, 1, and now I have it. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate your participation on this session. Do stay tuned because there's going to be another session that will start shortly. The session that just concluded is on digital governance and sovereignty in Africa, prerequisite for fulfilling digital Africa. And we want to appreciate Ms. Rachel Shitanda, who is AfICTA's Deputy Chair and the Vice Chair East Africa. Our appreciation also goes to Advocate Nadifa Saluba. We felt your passion, that's what I wanted to say, for the topic discussed. And I believe that participants can also reach out to you after this session for any further questions or clarification that they need. And to Mr. Segun Olugbile, thank you for always being there for AfICTA and for the illuminating presentation you made today. I believe that time was not enough for you to do the justice to that presentation, but of course, it will be made available to every participant to go through it afterward. We appreciate Dr. Kosi Amnesno. Thank you for your excellent contribution as well. We thank you so much. And this session is officially closed. We will be going for a very brief market we want to promote our sponsors and our partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Economy Conference, we bring app makers and technology builders together with policymakers so that we can better understand each other.
You can't create a policy if you don't know who the people are. I think a lot of policy is being created without actually speaking to SMEs.
Policymakers are able to connect with their constituents at a great rate, but not the small businesses. And a lot of the large corporations, while they're important to our ecosystem, they may have a potential larger voice. These kind of conversations also drive the economy.
It's important to have tech policy discussions specifically for small businesses so that we can directly elevate our voices and our concerns.
The App Association is both giving us a network of people to interact with and to connect with so that we can build our business whilst also giving us a voice.
Events like this really help us connect with other people that are maybe dealing with some of the same issues.
For me, it's learning a lot about these policies and being able to talk to people that are subject matter experts on these policies.
As long as we keep taking these opportunities, eventually we can move the needle on things.
The work that we're doing together with the App Association is amazing. I am really a fan and supporter of it.
The small companies are trying to change the world. They are the closest to their customers. They're passionate about their products, and they can share direct stories about how the policies that the people in these buildings are envisioning will affect them. And that is really important. That's an important conversation that needs to be had.
We are Africa Information and Communication Technologies Alliance.
AfICTA
is a private sector-led alliance of ICT associations, multinational corporations, companies, organizations, and individuals in the ICT sector in Africa. Our vision is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. And our mission is to encourage multi-stakeholder dialogue, fostering accelerated and ICT-enabled development in Africa and the use of cutting-edge innovative technologies including mobile, computing and satellite technologies to achieve an information society in Africa. We organize non-government ICT stakeholders in Africa for effective local and continental advocacy. We are the focal point for Africa ICT.
In today's digital world, organizations need more than technology. They need clarity and a trusted partner to guide their transformation. Contemporary Consulting Limited is that partner. Based in Abuja, Nigeria, we are a global brand built on the synergy of people, process, and technology. For over 30 years, we've turned complex challenges into simple, cost-effective, and reliable solutions for high-profile clients. Our expertise spans systems integration, cybersecurity, and supplying top-tier hardware for complete, turnkey projects. We ensure your networks work flawlessly, delivering smooth, secure communication across your entire organization. If you want peace of mind and need to deliver on schedule and within budget, it's time to work with us, Contemporary Consulting. Focused on performance.
Pierre Dangino, I'm a Vice President Stakeholder Engagement for ICANN, and then based in Africa, taking care of Africa actually.
If you can just give us a brief of what ICANN is.
Well, ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Basically, it's about coordinating the unique identifier system of the Internet, and that's what ICANN does.
And what does that mean for Africa?
Well, it means a lot actually, because although Africa today is about 20% usage of the internet, it's quite important for so many issues of developmental issue and Now, the work of ICANN is important for Africa in terms of course, the internet itself, but the whole, I would say, policy development around it, around those unique identifiers is important for Africa to know about it and also to be part, of making that policy. So, in that regard, I believe that it's quite important for Africa to be participating.
So what efforts does ICANN do and your team do in Africa to raise awareness on this?
Well, many things actually. I would just recall that ICANN's presence in Africa actually was triggered by what we call the Dakar Declaration by the African Minister in charge of ICTs, who really wanted ICANN to be much more present in Africa, but also Africa to contribute more to ICANN. That was 2011. Today what we have done is we do have a strategy for Africa, and that strategy calls for two things. It's about, of course, promoting participation to ICANN, but also it's about supporting, I would say, the African DNS industry. So in that regard, our strategy has a few kind of program and projects, and a few of them quickly to simplify what we've been doing in Africa. We set up forums, forums to discuss, GNS, for instance, is quite important. It was the first time that the professionals in that regard are meeting and discussing the issues and ideas, and also collaborating. But we also establish, topical workshops that really address, issues such as, copyright issues, the brands, and the domain names, how do you understand those things? And the whole legal issue surrounding those things is important. It was the first time now that people are hearing about those things. We're also building capacity in terms of managing your registries, and also in terms of marketing, and all of those are really bringing now some sort of value added to the whole internet ecosystem in Africa. So we are trying to change, and we are supporting actually the ecosystem there. Should always go back to what internet could be for Africa. We are talking about the digital economy, and we.
So at the Global App Economy Conference, we bring app makers and technology builders together with policymakers so that we can better understand each other.
You can't create a policy if you don't know who the people are. I think a lot of policy is being created without actually speaking to SMEs.
Policymakers are able to connect with their constituents at a great rate, but not the small businesses. And a lot of the large corporations, while they're important to our ecosystem, they may have a potential larger voice. These kind of conversations also drive the economy.
It's important to have tech policy discussions specifically for small businesses so that we can directly elevate our voices and our concerns.
The App Association is both giving us a network of people to interact with and to connect with so that we can build our business whilst also giving us a voice.
Events like this really help us connect with other people that are maybe dealing with some of the same issues.
For me, it's learning a lot about these policies and being able to talk to people that are subject matter experts on these policies.
As long as we keep taking these opportunities, eventually we can move the needle on things.
The work that we're doing together with the App Association is amazing. I am really a fan and supporter of it.
The small companies are trying to change the world. They are the closest to their customers. They're passionate about their products, and they can share direct stories about how the policies that the people in these buildings are envisioning will affect them. And that is really important. That's an important conversation that needs to be had.
All right. You're all welcome back from the recess. We thank you for staying tuned with us. For your information, I would like to quickly give you brief information about our sponsors for this event. We have ACT, the association, the App Association. We have Contemporary Consulting, and we have Icon Africa. These are wonderful support that we got for this event, and we want you to interact with them. Information about those sponsors will be posted on our chat. You are free to reach out to them for any form of collaboration or partnership that you may want to foster. So with us this afternoon is the panelist for the next session. And I'm glad to see Miss Lily with us already. She's going to take the lead in welcoming the speakers and getting them on the perspective that we have for this session. So I will yield the leadership of this next session to her right away, as we have already touched a bit into their time. So please, Miss Lily, you're free. Come over.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where in the world you're joining in from. I know it's been probably quite a long day for some of you. It is 8 a.m., 8:07 a.m. where I am. And so I'm just getting into the day. But if you've been here for the longest time, I just want to, by emojis, just show what the temperature is. Are you excited for this last panel? What is it like? So let's get interactive. I'm going to be doing this with you. So feel free to interact. And yeah, I see the celebratory emojis. Those are cool. So thank you for being a part. Yeah, and I see Dr. Sassy's clapping. That's so cool. And I love that this panel is happening last, because I want us all to be outreach people. Let's go out there. If there are people who have to be on this session that aren't here yet, please share the link, have them register to be a part. And this session is going to be one where we talk about issues that are important to us as Africans, and also for the global stage, and even for people working online in the online space. This is issues that are pertinent. The session is going to be focused on bridging the divides, and it's looking to explore promoting inclusion through digital literacy and lifelong digital learning, right? And I have my panel members. I would have them introduce themselves briefly, but we have Dr. Melissa Sassy, we have Kenel Felix Alaita, and Mr. Komiya. But I'll start with Dr. Sassy, and I will do a bit of intro to all of you, and then we'll do the questions. So Dr. Sassy, the floor is yours.
Super. So I'll make this really quick. Many of you have seen me before, and I've seen you. For me, it is 8:00 p.m. and I'm in Bangkok. So I will admit I have a glass of champagne. That's really to cheers another wonderful AfICTA summit. So thank you for having me. I'm a venture builder. I've spent really the last, I don't know how many years, I'm not going to say, because I might embarrass myself and feel really old today. I turned 50 this year. And so I'm still battling with, oh my gosh, where have the years gone? And also, why haven't we solved this yet?
The big thing. Yeah.
But yeah, I spent my career at the intersection of innovation, venture building. I work a lot with across government. I've spent a lot of time in Cape Verde, which is kind of my adopted country. I hope one day they will decide to give me honorary citizenship, or at least find a street called Avenida de Sassy, but that hasn't happened yet. We have, I will say, created a National Day of Code and a National Day of Digital Creativity, and those have been some very unique ways that we have, come into this small island state off the west coast of Africa, close to Senegal, and found really interesting ways of getting young people involved, getting educators involved, and also celebrities. You've probably heard a little bit of me talking about that before, but I'm going to be quiet now and let the next person, talk about them. So thank you.
Right.
Feel free to send me an invite in LinkedIn or whatever. Always happy to collaborate.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Sassy. We'll
Thank
go to Alaita now, and then to Ms. Toko. So Kenel Alaita, if we're trying to speak, you are muted, I guess. And I know I saw him on a call. Let's check right here. Oh yeah, we see you.
You see me now. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here today.
I wasn't supposed to be on this panel, but I was brought in last minute to replace Christiana Onoja, who was unavoidably absent. So I'm Colonel Fix Alaita. I'm a retired Nigerian Army Colonel. I'm an innovation strategist. I'm the founder and CEO of Criterion Limited, and also the co-founder of Shiko.ai. At Criterion, we're a strategic company where, excuse me, we're a strategic consulting company that bridges thought leadership and practical implementation to deliver impact across government and industry. While Shiko.ai, we're building Africa's largest intelligent platform that closes the gender gap and access, and provides access and mentorship and funding pathways that converts digital literacy into jobs. So this topic obviously is of key interest to me because it borders on things I'm already working on, which have to do with inclusion and accessibility. We recently had a session with the Minister of State for Digital Economy of Cape Verde, Dr. Melissa, that we hosted in Nigeria, 1st of September this
awesome.
year.
Were you with Pedro, or who were you with?
Yeah, it was Pedro, right? So
don't tell him, but he's my public sector crush. But don't say anything because he just got married. His wife would kill me. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm sure it's a lot of people's crushes.
Yes. Hopefully this is not recorded. It's recorded.
I'm in so much trouble now. No, I'm just kidding. He's
That's
wonderful. I adore him. And the national IT director who also runs Cabo Verde Digital, Milton Cabral. I don't know if you know him, but if you don't, he is an absolute superstar.
Absolutely.
We've actually been tasked by Pedro to come to Cape Verde to do a business innovation mission. So you probably get to see us there very soon.
Let's talk about that. Let's do it. I can make sure I can get you connected to all the other folks who may be disenfranchised sometimes when it comes to government collaboration. So let's talk.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
I love the connection that's already happening. And so thank you, Kanal, for the intro. Let's see what the Thoko is here. And I'm going to throw one question to everybody across board to get the conversation started. So is Miss Thoko on the call yet? And I'll just do a quick search here. Okay, I don't see it. So we're going to start the conversation. But before we dive in, I know I mentioned at the beginning that I love to do this with the audience. So have you invited somebody? If not, please do so. And before we just dive in, I just want to ask a question. When you hear inclusion, what comes to mind? And for me, I'm going to do a bit of context. From working from Ghana to the global stage and now pursuing a PhD in the US, inclusion tends to mean different things to me. In Ghana, we're speaking a lot around issues of affordability, accessibility, connectivity, and whatnot. When it comes to the issue of inclusion, but that could mean different things, like I said, to different people. So let's gauge the pulse in the room. When you hear inclusion, especially in online spaces or in digital spaces, what comes to mind? And now to our panel members, the question I want us to get started with is this one. We want to dive into the discussion, which is promoting digital inclusion through digital literacy, or promoting inclusion through literacy and lifelong digital learning. One of the questions I want to start with is, in your experience, what is the single most urgent policy shift needed in the next few years to effectively bridge the gap between basic literacy and lifelong digital learning, and especially for marginalized population or unreached areas? So what is that one thing that could change so that we're able to bridge that gap between here is where you get started and here is where you can probably sustain your learning now and in the future? So just to start with you, Dr. Sassy, and move to you also, Kenel. So Dr. Sassy first.
Yeah, sure. I think it's really hard to say what's that like one thing, because I'm not sure that there is this kind of silver bullet, if you will, to say, hey, here's that one thing that's going to solve everything. But I was looking at some stats the other day, and I know we're still talking about the 2.6 billion or however many people have still never been connected to the internet, and the trillions that some people say it should cost to get people connected, and all of those sticky things that would entice folks to be connected, whether that's mobile banking or mobile money or telehealth, e-government services, etc. But I kind of look at this more forward thinking and kind of imagine as we're continuing off into, what's going to become, AI more and more ingrained, in what we're doing, who's got compute power?
That's one
And are there things that can be done that actually can kind of leapfrog where we are now to where we can go by thinking about, compute power, for example? Not sure if that's the exact, silver bullet, because I think everywhere it's about how do we come up, with interesting financing solutions so everybody makes money? How do we, think short term and long term? And I think it's been extremely I look at my experiences over the last few months. I'm in Bangkok now, but I've been in Cape Verde since like February, and we had rolling blackouts. Many of you experience that every day. Rolling blackouts almost every day for 2 or 3 months, where in the capital you've got no electricity in your home. Forget about how hot it is, first world problems, whatever. But I think there's a lot of other issues that need to be solved as well, in terms of how are our electric grids upholding, how are either public or private sector entities keeping up with innovation and operationalizing the technology that they have, while making sure they're not overloading things and dealing with mismanagement or corruption. So yeah.
Absolutely. I like that you took it back to the basics. Really, the thing that is foundational to make sure that if there was something happening, it is sustained long term. And you move from the idea of even financial inclusion, how we've seen that there have been some innovation in the past to make sure that people are even connected, mobile banking, and you bring the big question about compute power and whatnot. So that is forward looking, and it has many facets or different angles to it. And like you said, it's not one thing, but a couple of things that could work together to make sure that we have the foundations built, people can connect and have it sustained. So thank you for mentioning that, Dr. Sassi. Now
Thank
let's
you.
go to Alaita. What is, in your own perspective and experience, what you think can be done to make sure that there is this bridge between the basic literacy and lifelong digital learning?
So just like Dr. Melissa mentioned, right, you can't just have one silver bullet, right? But what we do in our own side is we have a strategy playbook that we say we diagnose the real constraints, right? You align incentives across policy, capital, and talent, and then you execute a small measurable pilot that you can use to now scale. So it boils down to what she mentioned, the basics, right? If you want to solve algebra, you need to understand 1 + 1. So for me, one thing I don't want to say is the only thing, one policy shift that I think can be implemented would be the learning and earning entitlement, or LEE for short, right, which empowers individuals to access education flexibly throughout their life cycle and adapt to a changing labor market. As we all agree, especially in terms of tech, the labor market is drastically changing right now, and it's scary. But I listened to an interview with Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT, and he said something like, in the next, he was asked if he was to advise a university graduate in the next 10 years what to do entering the labor market. And he said, we can't look that far because the market is changing too fast, especially with AI, right? And he advised that we should look just close to 2 years from now. And even within that 2-year space, he doesn't expect anybody to go to university anymore. That's quite scary.
Yeah.
So that for me opens the market for this LEE concept, where you learn as you earn, as you work, as you live your life, because you cannot spare that much time sitting in school studying something you never use, when you can do you can gain micro credentials that empower you to earn as you're living your life. Right now, I have kids. You want to say something, Melissa?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I love what you're saying about the, kind of learn and earn concept. It's something that I built into the, Cape Verdean kind of, digital digital innovation or tech innovation strategy in the country. And it was about, nowadays, I think so many of us, especially young people, are so used to instant gratification. All right. And a lot of people don't necessarily take the time to say, okay, I'm going to go learn this thing for 3 months, 4 years, whatever it is. Like, I want to be able to see, how can I make money today, or how can I do whatever it is that I need to do tomorrow, and we're so used to this instant gratification nowadays that I think having micro learning and learn to earn opportunities, it gives people that instant gratification that they need to say, okay, here's why I'm doing this,
Right.
because sometimes it feels so esoteric.
That's a good point. Thanks for adding that. And I want to land back on Kenan Alaita's point. One of the things you mentioned was the idea is that to be very receptive to the changing scenes when it comes to both education, employment, and whatnot, to make sure that the skills are even relevant for the times you're in. So in that sense, landing on what that bridge is it educational or more access driven? Is it education that can make that relevant? So just to land on the point you're making.
So for me, I call it a pipeline, right? You can't just pick one and leave the other. If I provide you with micro credentials and I don't speak to employers to say, okay, these kind of micro credentials should be acceptable for people to be employed, then it's a waste of time. For instance, we've been tasked by the Canadian government, for instance, at Chico.ai, to provide training of 500 young secondary school girls, right, in AI. And in and Melissa just mentioned, right? So the concept we're putting together for that training requires us to not just the knowledge or the toolkits, but also access to mentorship, access to employment placements. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, it's a bit patchy, but you're in and out, and we
Yeah,
hear
it's
you.
close for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the pipeline includes the training, the toolkits required to take on the jobs, and then some kind of job placement capacity to subsume those people who have gained these micro credentials, and as well as mentorship programs that enable them understand that this job market that they're in now is something they can do lifelong.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think you landed it on a perfect note. The idea is that it is not just one thing happening. It's a couple of things happening together to make sure that we build not just a one-off thing. It's a system that upholds the process so people can come, be in it, it can continue and whatnot. So pretty much both of you have mentioned important things around systems to make sure that we have the basics happening before it improves and we can see some response to what the changing scenes are and whatnot. So thank you so much for mentioning those. I know I don't see Toko still here, but one of the things where I'm going to transition us to is still more on the access and infrastructure. And I'll start with Dr. Sasi to think about how we can maybe have policies or regulations in place to ensure equitable access, right? In such a way that what we're looking at is high quality, it's affordable internet, and in such a way that we move beyond just connectivity to actual meaningful access, right? We talk about people not having enough to sustain their usage, for people doing school, for people doing work. What are some of the policies or regulations that can make sure that we have what is high quality, affordable internet, but still moving people from just the basic access to more meaningful access? So just to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think I'll still go back to, kind of what Felix was just saying around, making sure that people really understand how to make meaningful use of the internet, because, I could spend all day long, and we all could, reaching, talking to 100 young people, old people, it doesn't matter, who still don't necessarily understand how they can actually take, this thing, or a laptop or whatever it is, whether it's yours, your mom's, or you've got a shared space, whatever it is, that you can actually take on meaningful bite-sized learning opportunities and create outcomes in your life. And I often kind of take it back to economic opportunity, because I think when I look at meaningful access across the developing world or the global south. It's really about how can I not use this thing to kind of scroll TikTok or scroll Instagram, but what does it mean to be a creator, and how can I actually create, and what does create mean, whether that's again doing things through like a national day of code where everybody in every single school for a day takes X amount of time, including the teachers, to learn some basic building blocks of how do you take X, Y, and Z. And I don't think it's about starting from scratch, meaning, all right, now here is what a byte is, here is what a bit is, that sort of thing. I think it's really looking at almost reverse engineering it and saying, okay, what platform can you learn? What tool can you learn where you can go out and do X, Y, and Z that can help your family do blah, blah, and blah. I even look at, this is super simple, but I look at, my experience, whether it's in Cape Verde, whether it's in, Tunisia, it doesn't matter where it is. How many restaurants don't even have their menus online? How many how many don't even have a website? How many things can we solve in our own communities that can actually give us an income? And I think that's where I focus, usually economic development and tying skills to what really means something for you and your family.
Absolutely. And thanks for mentioning that. So I love it's more like your learning skills to be able to use somewhere. And we hear this narrative a lot that probably around here in the global south, we are more consumers of things on the internet, more than creating, right? And so the essence is trying to build skills that translate into something meaningful. Could be employment, could be education and whatnot. So the idea is that to be able to translate what it is you're using, but then also if that has to be high quality, like you mentioned, that that access is there, people are learning good content, they're able to use that content to translate into something.
But not just but I think a part of it too is like the business skills, because I think a lot of times, we think about, going out and learning technology, that it's about, tech skills. A lot of times it's really about how do you sell yourself? How do you create your own economic opportunity and, kind of build entrepreneurial spirit and cast aside that, hey, you know what, I'm going to go out and get this great CV and I'm going to go out and apply for a job. I'd love to see us more, kind of focused on how do we enable people to create jobs. And I know we do that, but, what are these micro opportunities that can kind of bring us back to the basics of here's the problem, here's the solution, here's how you can make money, and here's the minimum viable product that you can create because blah, blah, blah tools exist already and you already have access to those right now.
Right. And I just want to probably just do a follow-up on this. Who is responsible?
Gosh, I think it's like everyone and no one, right?
Well, I'll take two approaches to that, right? Every individual is responsible for their life, obviously, but government and private sectors could form one bucket that provide the necessary infrastructure and access that enables the individuals to actually thrive. Right. So in that line, I would say, in answer to your question, access and infrastructure it requires governments to change policies that enable private sector to partner with government to provide some kind of decentralized access to underserved communities to be able to access the internet, to have more penetration, to also enable private sector to provide devices for incentives. I mean, there are very cheap devices now you can get all the way from China. And if you can have that permeate our underserved communities, you find that you can generate more digital inclusion through that.
I'll just give a real quick example if it's okay. So I'm on the board of a nonprofit that runs a number of schools across rural Pakistan. And we have 100, 200 schools. And I say schools, but they're informal schools, and they're focused on youth who are outside of the school system that either are child brides, refugees, child workers, whatever. Maybe they lost interest or it was forced upon them. And what we did is we created a number of we developed our own devices locally. And what we did is we obviously established some, private public partnerships, but instead of kind of looking at it as like the normal school, we took and we kind of truncated down and said, all right, what are, how can we get, children, from kindergarten through fourth grade, or how can we provide a fourth grade education to anyone and everyone who wants to come in and all learn together? And they're learning digital skills, they're learning reading and writing and math. Are they learning everything that they would get out of a fourth grade education? Is a fourth grade education, what everyone should strive for? Not necessarily, but it's kind of like chiseling away at, one area that I think has been very hard in that particular market, because of ghost schools and corruption and that sort of thing. And we came up with a number of tools utilizing AI that, it kind of enforces collaboration and pictures and that sort of thing. And there's a lot of data privacy and security that comes along with it, but ways of monitoring to make sure that, stipends that go to these community, leaders who are kind of well-respected folks in the community that are not necessarily teachers, they're kind of mentors of like the cheerleaders of, hey, it's important for you to get these skills and here's why.
Right. And I'm going to come, thank you for adding up to that. And I hear from the both of you that it's a shared responsibility, more like what we say in this space is a multi-stakeholder approach to addressing these, right? And that involves government, private sector, and whatnot. And I'll give you an example. I'm originally from Ghana, right? And Ghana has one of the largest e-waste dump sites in the world, and that is found in Accra, Agbobloshi. There are many devices that are dumped in Ghana, so much so that sometimes it is a struggle between treasure or trash. People go in there to find devices that they can break apart and find valuable metals in there to sell. Or some of these devices can be refurbished, who knows, to send into rural, like deeply urban place, deeply rural places for people to use, right? So when we're talking about even as issues about assets, right? Are we thinking about refurbishment? Are we thinking about things that are eco-related? How can we reuse some of these, right? All of those are approaches that probably are not too far-fetched. So the idea, as you're thinking about the responsibility, is how do we even start even locally, right? Before relying on international support, private sector support. Can we, of these people who are out here breaking up materials and taking out the precious metals to sell, can they be taught to even refurbish some of these devices? And all of those become the big question. So still along those lines, and I'll come to you, Kenel, and I will come to Dr. Sassi in a bit too. We see a lot of times that sometimes we are trailing behind when it comes to how times are changing. People will usually say we are maybe 10 steps behind the rest of the world. But the big thing in the room right now is AI. And the big question is, are we even there yet to pretty much tap into the power of what everybody talks about when they talk about AI from our inclusion standpoint, right? Are we even there yet? And if not, I mean, if you're not there yet, the question I'm asking you is, for the system or the pipeline that you described, what should happen so much said that we can be able to update the skills we have, so that even not just for programmers, for all citizens, so that we're able to prevent the illiteracy right now when it comes to some of the topics that the world has caught up with. And especially for you that you work in AI, right? What are some things that can be updated? Education-wise, maybe system-wise, that can help all citizens to be knowledgeable in this area, to help us to also play, or maybe on a level play field with the rest of the world. What are some of the things that could change there?
So funny enough, the things that need to be changed have changed already. We just haven't identified them. Yes.
Right.
So before now, if you wanted to go into tech, you have to learn coding and all that in order to use AI or whatever. But now there's a new system called vibe coding that enables you to just code without even knowing what you're coding. You just say, I want this interface, and then the app develops it for you. So I see it as a great opportunity for Africa to leapfrog its technological advancements real fast. I mean, you can literally build apps and even digital tech in the speed of light now, based on this enhanced access to large language models that everybody has access to. Not necessarily for free, sometimes for free, but not necessarily for free if you want the high-end parts of it. So I think the problem is actually in how do we improve the access to infrastructure to enable people use this new technology now to catch up. right? For us at my company, for instance, we are working with 3 different agencies in government to build a system that enables should I call it the inaccessible areas, right, have access to internet in a system that are designed earlier on when I was in government, when we were building the Nigerian Startup Act. I don't know if you've heard about it, right? It's a hub and a spoke system where you have a central entity at the center of government or at the center of the country where digital assets could be should I say, aggregated, right? And everybody can access it. However, you build a spoke system across the local regions where you can build what we call in the past cyber internet centers, right? I don't know if you have that in Ghana. Yeah. So you can build facilities where people who do not have capacity to have access to the internet or even devices can just go there and use those devices to learn stuff, right? You can build a large network, a mesh network of such things, and that provides the infrastructure, which is the baseline solution to this pipeline. Now, when you have that infrastructure, then you can start to speak of saying, oh, how do we create policies that enable people to understand that this technology that you hear about that is so out of space kind of knowledge is accessible to you now, right? You can simply learn English language and you can become an app developer that has something that is used globally.
Oh, absolutely. Now you mentioned language, right? Is that a big barrier for inclusion? You know, what we're trying to drive at is that there's a gap. The gap is between basic literacy and lifelong digital learning, right?
Yeah.
And what we're trying to see is maybe inclusion and access and connectivity can bridge that gap. But when we are talking about that divide, is the language part of it?
Language is a part of it because obviously when you go back to the local areas, not many of them speak English language, right? But therein lies also an opportunity for those who are in this space. Most of these devices we're talking about, all this technology we're talking about, were designed in English language. But these devices have the capacity to also convert the language used into local languages. So we need private sector now to come in and say, okay, in this my area, we speak we speak Twi, for instance, and that's dominant language. How do we make sure that you can vibe code in Twi and build an app and deploy it, and then it has translation that enables anybody in the world to access it and use it?
I see. And I thank you for mentioning that. I see Dr. Sasi had a hand up. So just to add to your point too. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think we also need to create a culture of enabling people to maybe kind of, I'll say it, see the light. You know, I think many of us, you know, and I don't want to, you know, project, you know, my personal feelings, but, you know, in the past, I would self-select out of, you know, certain things because I thought, oh, I'm not technical enough. Oh, I'm not this, I'm not that. And I think a lot of times it's about demystifying the actual skills that you need to have. And that's kind of goes back to kind of role models in your own community, people who look like you, people who have experienced what you've experienced that can say, hey, wait a second, you know, here is something that you can do and here's how it can help you. And, you know, that voice may not be me. It may not be you. It's, you know, who is in that, you know, local community that can be enabled with, you know, the information that can say, hey, wow, here are 3 different platforms, or here are 3 different things. Actually, you know, no, you can work in tech. And here is what that means now. So stop self-selecting out and thinking I'm not technical enough, or I'm not creative enough, or I don't know computers, or, you know, whatever that narrative is that we, you know, that we often hear. So role models, I think, is very important from your local community, people who look like you experienced what you experienced.
Absolutely. I see that also, Kenol, you had your hand up. So let's come to you also.
So that ties into the mentor aspect of the pipeline I mentioned, right? When you have role models in your community who have done something, no matter how small, they build upon it. And then people from bigger communities can train those role models to keep training and retraining, right? So I think that will solve a major shift in the mindset. As well as the fact that we need to also educate people to understand that tech today is not necessarily stuck on tech. It applies across all industries now. If you want to build, in fact, if you want to create a movie, you can actually use AI to build a movie. So if you want to be in the creative space, for instance, you can still learn vibe coding that enables you to do something within the creative space. So you're not stuck on, oh, it's not my field. I've never been interested in tech, so why am I being forced to learn
tools
about AI? No.
Yeah, what are those tools? What are those things that you can use right now today, knowing about where they are and how to find them? Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's amazing that you can actually use AI right now to do music that is sellable.
Well,
With your voice or with no voice at all.
You know,
So there's a lot.
You know, the other thing that comes with the question that I'll probably ask you, and I just wanted to catch up our audience if you just joined in, and I'll mention something relating to the AI use. So for everyone who just joined in, if you just joined in, we're talking about how to bridge the divide and in promoting inclusion. We are looking at the angle of basic literacy and digital lifelong learning, and we are experiencing right now the touch that, look, we need systems that are sustainable, systems that are able to be sustained over years. They can be repeated. They can be used in such a way that people come in and it's robust enough, and maybe sometimes I mean, in its own, it can change, adapt to changing scenes and whatnot. We also see that inclusion is not only tech related, and it has the angle of here, the mental changes that have to happen, the models that we have to see to aspire to be like, and also the tech part comes in, and we have also the angle coming in of, hey, it is not a one-person work, it is multi-stakeholder. Everybody has to come on board. Now, one of the things I wanted to touch on, and I wanted to catch up on it with everyone before, is we mentioned the use of AI. We mentioned how AI right now is pretty much maybe addressing the issues of underserved and underreached. And like you said, you don't have to have all the skills to do things right now in tech. You can use AI to help you. It's like your co-pilot. It's like your co-driver. Let's talk about the legalities. Sellable, for example, sellable in a sense that AI has done this work. Can you really sell? We are thinking, I'm asking this question also in the light of lifelong learning. People literally do school right now online. There's a University of YouTube. People can say, hey, I got my credentials online. Let's look at structures that make sure that this is really confirmed, it is legal, it is, like you said, sellable. How do we ensure that this in the long run do not blow up in our faces? It is really legal to do, right? So do you want to speak to that, Kenel? Maybe Dr. Sassi? And I have a question for you before we go to the audience. We want to hear from you too, because you are the feet on the ground, the boots on the ground, you know where it pinches the most, and we want to hear some of your thoughts also. So who wants to take this?
Go ahead, Felix. And by the way, Felix, I sent you a message. So you owe me a response. Look for it, because I want to talk with you afterward. We have work to do. All right, I'll let you talk first, please. Thank you.
So what I would say is that globally, right, these conversations have been had before now, like 2-3 years ago, on the ethical side of the ethical use
Even
of
longer
AI.
than that. We've been talking about this for like 10, bro.
Exactly. But I think the world is coming to a realization that AI is here to stay and there's nothing you can do about it. And it's changing the labor market, it's changing the educational system, it's changing everything. So what we require to do now is go back to our governments and see how we can sit with government and make them understand this thing, because it amazes you how much government doesn't understand this. Right? They might have a one size fits all strategy or act or policy around tech. But do they understand how fast and dynamic and changing this new concept of artificial intelligence is? I doubt that very much. So we need to go back to speak to government to start to make it something they shift policies around, so that the populace understands that the education you receive within this sphere is usable and something you can be paid for. Then the education system understands that this is a new system of education. Employers understand that, yes, you can accept these credentials and pay and pay for services with these credentials. People who use services that have been built off of this platform understand that these services are legal IP that were created by these people. Because one of the ethical considerations was, if you use AI to build an app, for instance, is it yours or is it the AI's app? But those lines have been crossed out over time. So now it's understood that it belongs to you. To a large extent, if you make enough input into it. I don't know if that answers your question.
I think what in essence the baseline is that it's probably this quote that I've heard over and over again. It says, if technology rolls over you, if you're not part of the steamroller, you're part of the road. It means that we have to adapt to the times that we are left behind. So we probably would have to make policy and regulation match what is happening, accept that technology is part of this revolution we are in, and to put structures around to maybe verify these credentials, have people work with them and whatnot, because it's really serving a need, it's bridging that gap, and AI could do that if it is put in the right confines. So that is that landed well. And Dr. Sassi, did you want to also speak to this before our concluding question, and then we have our audience coming too?
Yeah, I'll just say a couple words. And I think that it's not about kind of AI being the, kind of a thing we need to, adapt to, if you will. I think it's already here, and it shouldn't be seen as something that is replacing us, even though I think in many cases that's how the narrative often works. It's about how do we kind of leverage tools that have, AI included in it, and know about those tools that are approachable for us, and recognizing, how do we go outside of our comfort zones and say, you know what, I'm going to do this experiment. I'm going to try this thing. Maybe, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. And that's okay. And not being afraid to fall flat on my face, and not being afraid to just, go out and experiment. And I think a lot of times we're often in this little box of, oh, what's going to happen if, what if I risk it all and blah, blah, blah. But I think at the end of the day, it's really important for, again, us to have role models, us to know what tools are there that can, help us do those leapfrogging things, no matter where we are, whether we're, an out of school youth in, rural Pakistan, on the Afghani border, or, we're in, Cape Verde dealing with, what happened recently in Saint Vincent, or, Ghana, or wherever else.
Absolutely. And that is spot on. I'm just seeing some comments in the comment section. I'll read it out, but I'll also allow these folks, if they can, to speak to some of the issues they've put out there. But again, just to catch everyone up, if you just joined in, we are looking at how to, in essence, bridge the divide. And what we are looking to do is to, in the long run, bridge what it is that is basic literacy, promote inclusion through literacy, and lifelong digital learning. And it has been a whole lot of conversations. We have moved from the basics, the access, the infrastructure. We have come to the issue of AI and emerging technologies. We have seen that it's a blend of both tech and humans, and everybody is responsible for this. So if you just joined in, that is where the conversation is headed, and you also would have a role to play if you're trying to promote what inclusion looks like for our countries and the global South in general. So just before we move to or transition to the audience, the question I have for the both of you, and I'll start with you, Dr. Sassi, and go to Colonel AfICTA. If your organizations or institutions or the work you currently do, if there had to be something that you look back in the future and say, hey, we did this and that, and we are able to say because of that, we have promoted inclusion, especially towards digital lifelong learning, what would that be? So is there anything that could be a measure? Say this is 2050. And
all right,
your organization,
am I answering for like a personal thing, or I'm answering for like a collective thing? I want to make sure I got my head on straight.
You can do both, actually. Do personal, the collective.
Okay. All right. I was sitting here thinking about, let's say I'm sitting in front of, someone, and they said, hey, you've been working on this stuff for a while, like, what have you really actually, done? You're talking on this panel, like, what have you done? I think of a few things. I think the first thing that comes to mind, my children grew up in Tunisia. So I've spent a lot of time in Tunisia as well. Obviously different part of Africa than Cape Verde, and different circumstances and culture and that sort of thing. But, I created this nonprofit, and it was really kind of stemming from this hackathon that I participated in when I was at Microsoft, where, I realized that, speaking of, e-waste, there were, Microsoft was recycling all of the devices that it came across, even those that were like last gen, unopened box, never been connected to any network. They would physically open the boxes, brand new devices, and rip out the hard drives and destroy them, because that was just part of the policy. And, there were a lot of people who were like, what the hell, we're not doing this. And so they were stockpiling them in, cabinets and in storage units and all kinds of stuff. So I created this hackathon, and we ended up revolutionizing, I'm a bit of a hidden figure, but we ended up revolutionizing how Microsoft went about, giving out devices. And, hundreds of thousands of devices went from being recycled into being put in the hands of nonprofits. And for me, it was kind of like, okay, all right, I worked in a team where we invested in internet connectivity. So by the time I left Microsoft, we built 75 internet and energy access solutions in 25 countries. And I sent 400 laptops to 20 schools, created 20 digital learning labs in 20 schools in Tunisia. But I realized it wasn't just about internet. It wasn't just about devices. It's not about like build it and they're going to come. And I was able to convince my boss at that time, this is going back a while, it dates me a little bit, but it's kind of my first foray into digital inclusion. I traveled around the country. We went into the Sahara. We're on the Algerian border, the Libyan border, and teaching young people to code. And it was all about kind of those introductory building blocks of, hey, this is what computer science is. Yeah. And we did it through gamification. Fast forward, we ended up running scores and scores of different digital skills camps in the summer. And we do this kind of flagship camp. And we ended up having one individual. And I think sometimes it's easy to talk about 40 computer labs or 20 computer labs, 400 laptops, 75 projects, 25 countries. Okay, what does that actually mean? I kind of boil it down to one of the individuals that took part in one of our labs. His parents wanted him to be a pharmacist or a doctor, right? I was like, computer scientist, what the hell? No. And he was a bit of an introvert, and he wasn't very big on kind of like teaming. When he came in, we're like, hey, bro, if you really are interested in tech, here's some of the, other skills that you need to think about in terms of business development and financial models and working in a team. When we're creating tech, we're not creating tech for the sake of tech. We really need to think about what problem are we solving and who's facing that problem. Fast forward, he ended up getting the top score for his BAC, so his baccalaureate, which is like the test in Tunisia that they use to move on to university, the top in the country for computer science, and he received a full ride scholarship to Harvard. So sometimes it's not about like, what are those big numbers about 475 or, taking 100,000 students and 6,000 teachers in Cape Verde and, taking X amount of time out of their day to say, hey, here are the cool things you do with tech right now. And here's how you can make money doing those things right now. Sometimes it's about that kid in rural Tunisia that now is at Harvard. And he's like, hey, look at me.
Absolutely. So it's just that one step towards big changes. It's that one person that starts with that one device, maybe that pointer towards this is what you can do with a skill, and this is how you can move it on. And
sometimes it's that feeling too, because I think sometimes when we talk, when you're talking with government or you're talking with a, private sector, sometimes we get so caught up in, we got to connect 2.6 billion people, or we need trillions of dollars. And we've got this chart, and we got these maps, and we got these percentages, but we forget about the stories that go along with it. And I think sometimes, at the end of the day, we're humans, and we crave stories, and we create emotional connection. And sometimes it's that feeling that is missing when it comes to the then and the now. So
absolutely.
I don't know if that answered your question, but that's kind of what came to my mind just now.
Yeah. I mean, looking back, you would remember this one person. Like, I know you mentioned how you even revolutionized even Microsoft's way of refurbishing or even taking devices to nonprofits.
That program is still in place to this day right now.
Absolutely. And so looking back, you can say, look, I did something. Aside from that, there's also one impact story, even of this guy, you can say, hey, this changed. Somebody who wanted to do pharmacy now changed into computer sciences, found a way. You've given him that pathway. You've given him that ability to see what he can do with the skills he's built. So that is spot on. It's the same thing I want to ask to Kenel Alaitai. The idea is that if you were to look back as your organization, as a person, what is that one thing you can say that, hey, I did, or we champion that's able to bridge what it is now that is a divide and to promote inclusion?
So I think for me, there's literally no difference between me as a person and my organization. So I'll merge them together and say that while I was in government, for instance, we led the creation of the Startup Act and passed it into law. It was one of the fastest law that was passed into law in my country. And it provides enabling environment for tech startups to thrive in our country. We've gone ahead as well to speak across different platforms across Africa to see how we can align startup policies across Africa to enable cross-border validation, right? So I'll give that as one of the things I'll say, okay, we contributed to, right? But beyond that, I've also gone ahead to initiate and try to pass into law a creative industries bill that was supposed to enable the tech industry and the creative industry to have a crossover point and scale, right? That bill became the foundation upon which a new ministry was formed in my country called the Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy. So I'll give myself that and say, okay, I did something, one singular person did one thing that set the ball in motion for a whole ministry to be formed.
Absolutely.
I don't know if it's big or small.
Yeah,
but
no,
going
it is
forward,
big. It's huge, yes, because usually policy and all these bills trail behind technology. Technology is very fast evolving and policies catch up. So for you to have that even as foundation for startups to be able to play, for a ministry to come out of it, it is huge. Yeah. And I think you would add on to it, yeah.
Especially in your country. Especially in your country. It's hard to get stuff done there.
Yeah.
It's really hard, believe me.
That's
But
a big feat.
we can't give up. Is that one person that does a move and starts a snowball effect that builds stuff that generations
Anything can
down the
happen
line
over
will all
jollof
enjoy.
rice.
Yeah.
Right.
However, currently we're working on something that speaks to what we are discussing on this session, which is inclusion, right? We're working with just for one example, NICOMSAT, Nigerian Communication Satellite, right? To see how do we provide or rather deepen the internet penetration, right? And then partner with private sector to also provide those devices we mentioned to start that micro-credential system we already think should solve this accessibility and infrastructure problem. So there's a whole project we're working on that I can't name right now because of privacy issues, but it's already in play. And hopefully 5 years down the line, I don't want to say 10 years because Sam Altman said we shouldn't think 10 years anymore. So I'll just say 2 years and 5 years down the line, I'll say I did this and it moved the needle this far with this much penetration and this much number of people now having access to lifelong learning processes as well as earning processes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to even ask you to touch on that, but I think you just mentioned it. It was the acronym you gave was LEE, right? You said
Yes.
it was lifelong earning and learning.
Learning, earning entitlement.
Okay, learning, earning
And
entitlement.
earning entitlement, yeah.
Right. Okay, that's amazing. So the idea is that we don't just build skills, we use the skills, some things come out of it, and it's also able to impact in the long run. And thank you so much, our panelists. We're not done yet because you're going to have our audience also ask questions, and some of them came in the chats, and we'll see how we get around them. But I also want people to ask live if they're able to, and especially if your background is good enough, not too noisy, where we can hear you clearly. Because you're streaming, if you're able to speak, that would be amazing, and especially in a quiet environment. But before we do that too, I see a poll has gone live. Please engage with the poll, answer the questions. Let's see the pulse of the room and think about some of the answers you have to the questions that have been projected. So just take a minute or so to just respond to those. And for our audience, okay, I see a QA has already gone in. So it's from Dr. Godson. Dr. Godson, thank you for sharing. He says, do you agree with the saying that AI cannot be run independently, but there must be human intervention? If yes, does it strengthen humans and weaken AI? So that is a question, and I'll take it again. Do you agree with the saying that AI cannot be run independently, but there must be human intervention? If yes, does it strengthen humans and weaken AI? I have a perspective on this, but let's see our panelists. So what do you think, you both, Dr. Sassi and Kenela Lighttime?
Ooh, okay. So here's what I think. I was in Cape Verde a few weeks ago, and I was sitting there with he's a high-ranking government official who's also has a background in software development, even though he doesn't necessarily code today. He runs a large team and does a lot of very interesting things in the country. And he was telling me about his his fondness for ChatGPT. And he asked me just kind of tongue in cheek, should I keep my subscription? And I was like, and honestly, it was more of like a social outing. So I will admit there were some drinks involved, but it became like a really interesting conversation where he was like, should I keep it? And I was like, yeah, I think you should keep it. I think ChatGPT is helpful. And he was like, yeah, here's what I use it for, and da 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 da. And I was like, let me ask you, have you ever looked at the underlying data, from what's included in, your searches? Have you ever looked at what percentage, of that data is from kind of English language, text, for example, or materials that were, created that lean more toward the US or the UK? How much of that, how much of what you're looking at or reviewing or getting insights from includes a Cape Verdean perspective, an African perspective? And, I was like, you know what, I'll tell you what, let's just ask ChatGPT. And so we went through this exercise of like the percentages. He's like, oh my God, I need to cancel. And I was like, no, you don't need to cancel. You should just recognize, every time that we're using AI or whatever it is that we're using, we should understand, from a trust and transparency perspective, what's there. And I think you can't look at the two separately, but you should understand when you have access to a powerful tool like ChatGPT or anything else, what is the stuff that you don't see? Right. And I think that kind of relates then to kind of critical thinking and, media misinformation and disinformation, and really critically thinking through, what outcome am I looking for? Right. And how much trust should I have in X, Y, and Z? Is their data set going to, represent me and my people, me and my community, me and my voices? And I think right now, AI is at a, is so powerful, and we're using it for amazing things, but there are significant flaws where you look at who's building and who has built, many of the large language models and the other solutions that we're using today, and where that data comes from. It's not representative. And if we don't fix that, it's going, I think, going to be a bit of an echo chamber in terms of not representing the voices that we want. There is real quick, I'm going to say one thing, I'm going to shut up. There is a distinguished engineer that I worked with at IBM, and his name is Calvin Lawrence, I think, first Black distinguished engineer in the history of IBM. And he wrote a book, and it was called, I'm going to get the name of it because I think it's called, Hidden Behind Whiteside or something. Let me just get the name of it. I'll put it in the chat. But it was very interesting it was coming from, again, also a US perspective, but him as a Black man looking at it and saying, wait a second, what are we doing? And does this include my voice? And what about the other voices that, might even be well beyond my country? So I'll just leave that there.
Right. Thank you so much. So what I'm gathering is that we have to be interested beyond the tool to understand how its workings. And if so, that means there's human intervention. And if so, that means we are aware. Usually there's that concept of information asymmetry, where there's something missing. You don't know something. Like there is something that the technologies probably have that you don't have, or even what we call bounded rationality.
It's also crawl, walk, run, fly. You know what I mean? Like, I think when we're trying to get somebody to come in and use a tool, I think we shouldn't try to kind of, not to be cliche, but boil the ocean. It's kind of like, how do you make sure that people have access to things that, it's like that Maslow's hierarchy of needs. How do you not make people too crazy down here, but kind of chisel away at the knowledge and the skills? But I think regardless of whatever we're doing, we all need to think, especially going forward, how do we put that critical thinking cap on and make sure we understand what we're doing and why we're doing it and whatever's in front of us, blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
The why that underscores the literacy. Okay, now thank you so much. Let's go to Colonel Alaitai. So the question is there human intervention in AI? And if so, does it strengthen AI? Does it strengthen humans and weaken AI? So what do you think?
So the question is quite broad. It might look simple, but it's really quite broad because general populace is used to one aspect of AI. There are other aspects of AI that already supersede what we are looking at when we use the interface on our devices. But in terms of these parts, right? For me, I feel it strengthens the human because what it's doing is augmenting your knowledge capacity and capacity to deliver, right? You have access to a world of information at your fingertips in microseconds. So if you are a smart person and you're able to aggregate such information to deliver something, I think it's an enhancement. So at the moment, yes, it's going to strengthen the human. But if you look down the line to 5 years and 10 years that Sam Altman mentioned, then we start to see where AI starts to think for itself. Yes, because it's gathered enough information, it's gathered enough nuances and data to start to speak to us now. So ask yourself if it's a snowball effect. 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, how much of your intervention do you think it will require? You probably wake up in the morning and it greets you in the morning and says, I know you're supposed to do so and so today. I've done this part for you. I've done that part for you. And then you can just go back to sleep. Do you understand? So
yes,
the possibilities are quite endless, if I must say. So we can't have a clear answer to that now.
So what I'm hearing is that like everybody's talking about artificial general intelligence, where we are even leaning towards more, even at the platform of AI, and even what we know now as agents, being able to think and automate some of the things that you already do without you even having to do it, right?
Exactly.
So from answering that, yes, there's human intervention in AI. Does it strengthen humans? It does. Does it weaken AI? Not really. AI is also learning. Like the idea is AI is an output of many processes, and machine learning is that process. As they interact and interface with humans, there is that learning that gets them towards that agentic output, and then the artificial general intelligence you're describing that in future they get really smarter, right? I think right now it is more complementary when it comes to the humans and AI mutually benefiting, but sometimes you need to make sure that the confines are really defined so that it is not harming humans, and that's where the ethical part comes in, like we mentioned earlier in the conversation. Right. And I know we have a couple questions. Yeah, Musa had a question also in the chat. So I'll take Musa. Maybe we'll split this so that we can have some time. I'll give one to you, Kenel, and one to Melissa. So Musa says, how can we ensure that digital literacy learning initiatives are sustainable and scalable in Africa? I think you mentioned, maybe you or Dr. Sassi mentioned how you use the place as a sandbox or to test some of the things that you were doing in inclusion. Now, Musa's question is, how can we ensure that these learning initiatives are sustainable and scalable across the African continent?
Yeah, I think I'll go back to some of the things that Felix shared around mentors, centers, private public partnerships, credentials that mean something, bite-sized and snackable outcomes that are almost real time, so that people feel like I'm making progress. And I know it's sad to say that we're in such a real time instant gratification world, but we are where we are. But I think also, we need to think about, Africa's a big place. I don't need to tell you this. A lot of cultures, a lot of languages, a lot of villages, and a lot of, just different perspectives. And I think it's not just about how do we get things in Abuja, how do we get things in Lagos, how do we get things in Praia, how do we get things happening in Tunis. It's really about making sure that we're impacting local communities and rural areas as well, because the world is seeing a significant brain drain, across all of our rural communities. And it's impacting culture, it's impacting language, it's impacting families. And there are so many different things. I don't know the exact right answer, but I think there has to be a hub and spoke model that includes local people, private sector, public sector, but also each of us individually taking responsibility for our future. And I think a lot of times, I'm not sure we do.
Yes.
Myself included.
Yep, and that is something to think about, Chile. Absolutely. Yep. Thanks for mentioning that. Did you want to add anything, Colonel, before I ask you the next question? Scaling and sustainability.
I think sustainability will come naturally once you have a pipeline in place where there's an outcome that people can visibly see. It loops back to the start of the pipeline again, because if I benefit from such a system, then I want my kids to be involved in such a system, and then the pipeline goes in a circle that way. So sustainability becomes a given at that point.
Absolutely.
I
And
think if you know someone who's succeeded, it's kind of like you feel it, it's real. It goes back to also that storytelling of how do you take those local voices where it's also not the government talking about, it's great for the government to come out and do a story, that helps, but it's really about having that local evangelist. Seeing it also as like their responsibility, they're kind of an ambassador, if you will, within their community, and kind of enabling them to be a voice of impact and sharing with them, how can you actually be a voice of impact? I just participated, which is why I'm here in Bangkok, in a hackathon. And we, it's funded by a US NGO that, where we had about 100 people from, all over the world. And I focused on the South Asian, kind of group, where we brought in, voices of impact, talking about how can they use their voices during like government shutdowns, during times when the internet is not working. How can you be a voice of impact in your community that brings about digital democracy? So it's kind of, a bit related, but, how do we give real people, citizen journalists, the tools that they need to be able to bring these stories and these impact initiatives to life, so people really feel it in their own community.
Thank you so much. We have two questions, and I think would wrap it up, or maybe we just have one. One last one, and will be the concluding words for the panel. So I'll give this to you, Kenel, and the last one will go to Melissa. So somebody says, how can we remove fake information in AI?
That's $1 million question.
Right.
No, it's worth more than we're gonna be. If we solve this, it's worth more than $1 million, man. I think we'll be like
$1 million
forget about
question.
Elon Musk making $1 trillion. We'll make $1 trillion.
So that's
I believe that question is beyond this panel, because it's a global issue right now. Like I mentioned earlier, the ethical considerations around AI started a long time ago, and this part was key at front and center of it, right? How do you remove disinformation from something that is now giving information by itself? How do you not feed the large language models with the wrong information about humanity, such that it bounces back on us in a negative way? So it's a huge question that doesn't have an immediate answer for now.
Yeah. Same.
I think it also goes back to, personal responsibility and critical thinking. A lot of us don't have that, unfortunately. And especially many of us who are used to ChatGPT and asking ChatGPT whatever it is we want to ask, and we get that info back, and then there we go, we run with it. It's, partly, I watched this podcast, or this, actually it was some YouTube channel from this guy who did this experiment, and he thought, can I ask ChatGPT all these questions that will make ChatGPT my cheerleader? And essentially he went through and he went through all the prompts and all the things, and it was like basically ChatGPT told him he was the the smartest baby that was born in 1984. And that he needs to be very careful because people might be watching him and following him. and that it is true that he needs to kind of self-isolate a little bit and re-evaluate his friendships and his family, and that he needs to, and that his idea that he came up with was like the best thing ever, and he could be the next trillionaire.
I will say
And
that.
and he left it thinking like, wow. And these were all kind of the just normal prompts that you would ask. And I think this goes back to, it's great for us to make sure that we're enabling people to use the right tools and become technically savvy, protect their, have a voice, blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't negate the need for us to think critically.
Yeah.
There are great tools out there that can help us, but if we are being lax on learning digital tools that can actually help us feed our families,
That's true.
how are we going to be expected to go out and search out and make sure every AI blah, blah, blah is accurate? But again, critical thinking, and it puts, we need to take personal accountability in some cases, in all cases.
So
Absolutely.
if I
Yeah,
add to that,
yeah, sure, quickly.
I'll say that at the bottom of ChatGPT page, it says ChatGPT can make mistakes.
Right.
Check important information. It's there. It's a caveat. Secondly, I will also say that you need to understand as an individual user that your interface with ChatGPT, right, keeps a repository of your conversations and your interaction, and it starts to form an opinion of you as a person and feeds you information the way it thinks you expect to have the information fed, or aligns with what it sees you doing on that page or on that platform. So
I think there's like this all excitement from ChatGPT. I heard. I don't know if they changed that or if it's back to normal.
And it's still there. It's still there. And yeah, we see that it's even led to issues where, I mean, sadly, there are parents suing ChatGPT because they've had their children have had relationships with ChatGPT, led to a breakup, supported suicidal thoughts, and led to people dying. So the hype goes towards good and towards bad. Hype and be like, oh, you want to do that, go for it. And you see that those are the ethics and then the moral parts and the regulatory part we talk about, which is very, very scary, and it leads to the point about literacy, not just using the tool, but knowing the why, the how, and how to interface with it and make meaning as a person. The literacy part is really big, and I think you are spot on that. Yeah.
I'd like to just put a point on that part of parents' intervention, right? Back then we were much younger. Playing video games was a problem, right? It was assumed it distracts you from normal education, it distracts you from having physical engagement outside and building a proper social structure for yourself. Fast forward 10 years later, it's the biggest industry in the world. It creates the biggest millionaires in the world. So the question now is, what do we think AI is going to build in the future? Those who participate in it now, how will they become in the future? We can't predict that. That's why it's called the future, right? Neither can we run away from it because it exists already. You can't put it back in the box. It's out of the box already. So we will have negative sides to it. We will have positive sides to it. We pray and work towards making sure that policies align to make sure that the positive side far outweighs the negative side. But like every other technology, every other idea humanity has ever come up with, there will always be that aspect of it. And we have to keep moving forward as a people.
Absolutely. Thank you. So in rounding up, I'm going to make, this is the last, like your, what we should take away, if this is your concluding words. I'm going to give you a question from the chat, so we'll divide it and we can conclude. To you, Canela, like somebody asked that, hey, since life is a story, how can Africa apply AI playbook storytelling to supercharge African children AI knowledge? And because you work in AI, I'm going to have you answer that. So how can we use storytelling to especially educate the children? And then for you, Dr. Sassy, somebody asked that there is currently 64%, and it came in the chat from Ernest. He said there's 64% usage of internet. So there's a gap, like people are not using, when it comes to the internet, 100%. How do we close that gap, that usage gap? How do we close it? So for Canada Light, I'll take you first, and Dr. Sassy, give you some time to think about that to close that usage gap. How do we do that? And this will be our concluding words. So Canada, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so for my part, it's an interesting question because building narratives is really essential to any society's growth, right? And AI right now enables us to actually build narratives faster that will help shape the way our people think and feel. So I would suggest that maybe more people get involved in such utilization of AI to build narratives and train our children to understand that they are a homogeneous group of people and this world is open to them. Before now, we get fed narratives from the West and we learn from the West. But with AI now, we can actually shape our own narratives and decide what we want to be known as as Africans, and then push it across our populace so that our young people adapt and accept it, and then start to export it, just like how we export Afrobeats from Nigeria.
Love that. On the narrative.
All for
use AI,
Afrobeats.
right? Well, Dr. Sassi also adds jollof to that. So it says Afrobeat.
Exactly, and jollof.
There you go.
Yeah.
Afrobeats, jollof rice, I'm in.
Yeah. Right. So final word from you, Dr. Sassi. How do we close that usage gap?
Yeah. So I think, we've already talked about, enabling ecosystems and that sort of thing. But, one of the things that I really love that kind of brings people together, and I think more people, more young people especially should participate. And that's, when we have these homegrown hackathons that are, collaborations. And I almost feel like when we say a hackathon, it almost again creates, people to self-select out and think like a hackathon. I'm not a hacker. I don't know about tech. But kind of almost demystify what a hackathon is. And I love having these homegrown, hackathons and camps and things that, make problems and opportunities real in individual communities so that, young people especially can look and say, okay, here are the problems I faced in my life. And here are the problems or the opportunities that I see. And giving people almost like low risk opportunities to just try and fail. I think that's one thing. I think the second thing is volunteerism. I think I look at how did I leapfrog over whatever my career could have been to whatever my career is now, and the experiences that I've seen across Africa and the world is people volunteering. And like you can't get fired really if you volunteer. Like imagine you take like maybe it's like 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours of your week as a young person saying, you know what, I want to go and build my skills. I want to volunteer for a nonprofit. I want to work with the IEEE. I want to do something. Those are the best places to learn on the job. And I just wish there were more, more people who would feel comfortable going out and curating their own and just saying as a young person, hey, I want to learn. I want to go do something. And understand that it's okay to volunteer and that you're not being used and you're actually learning. And, you shouldn't expect that, every little micro opportunity like that requires, a paycheck. Micro volunteer opportunities are just really great ways of going out and bridging that gap, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Wow. Such a good place to learn. To land. I usually tell people that I get paid to do the things I used to volunteer to do, and good learning opportunities.
100%.
Yeah. Especially now we just discussed that there's a community approach now to even inclusion. People don't have the personal devices, but there are cafes, the centers, the groups where you can go use those opportunities. But I've learned a lot from the pipeline approach to lead to Dr. Tessie mentioning about that one thing that we can change when it comes to telling the story, the mindset, getting people to see that it goes beyond just the tech aspect to a more holistic approach of combining the humans, the story, the impact, and getting people to see that it's possible. It just pushes us towards this digital lifelong learning, getting people to be empowered, but also be very much literate and use those skills to create impact, create jobs, make employment. I mean, there's a lot that was said in this panel.
We got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And like you said, it's a shared responsibility. So it's all hands on deck, however you can. And from whatever stakeholder role you are in, please get on board. Thank you so much for being an amazing panel group, and for our audience our audience for being very interactive in the comment section. I know we couldn't read all of those, but I know I read through. I know the panel members also.
Yeah, I did too. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, and please feel free to connect online. That's the beauty of the internet, that the conversation doesn't stop here. You can connect online on LinkedIn and whatnot, and yes, they'll be happy to respond to you. So thank you, everyone. Back to the organizers. It was a great time with you all. I appreciate that.
Wow, thank you so much for this quite interesting session. Thank you, Ms. Lily, for leading this session. It was quite interactive session. I could see a lot of charisma. I could see a lot of energy in the house, and that was really, really great. We're going to take a picture, but I would extend that opportunity to other participants that we have in the house. So we're going to promote as many people that we can to be part of this photo session. So please, once we're giving you the right to on your camera, do that right away. Just give me a couple of seconds, a maximum of 1 minute. Yes, they are joining. As you're joining, please turn on your camera. So we have another 30 seconds. $20. Ms. Lily, we really appreciate your coordination of the session. Yes, our speakers.
Oh, I think he just froze. Yeah.
Colonel Felix later, Dr. Melissa Sassi, Global Head IBM, Hyperprotect Accelerator. This has been a very interesting, charismatic, and interactive session. I truly appreciate the conversational nature of the discussion. It allowed for diverse perspectives and practical experiences on the topic of the session. I love the fact that it wasn't just a series of presentations, but an open dialogue that reflected the realities we face across Africa. The insight shared today reminds us that inclusion begins with conversation. And through collective efforts, we can turn those conversations into action. So thank you so much. And I'll be doing a countdown of 3 while we take the group photograph. And let me also remind you that this session continues tomorrow. We'll have the second day, and there are a lot of wonderful sessions already lined up for tomorrow.
Sure.
Mr. Pierre, would you want to join us? Miss Ariola Akinyemi.
Thank you, Dr. Sassi, Colonel Felix, Miss Lily.
Jimson, nice to see your face.
Advocates for all the wonderful contribution.
Thank you.
Great insights. Yeah.
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 Okay, so are we good to go? We can take a couple till everybody has their videos on, so we can do one. Well, I'll do one.
You're gonna make my cheeks hurt. I'm smiling too much.
Right? Okay, I just took one. If you keep smiling, I'll take a couple. Well, I took another one. Yep. So are we good here, team?
Okay, so we're doing the countdown for us to have the snapshots. And please let your smile be bright. All right, 3, 2, 1, and yes, I have it. Thank you so much for your participation. Please do join us again.
Thank you, everyone.
All our participants, we appreciate you staying with us all through the session. Yeah.
All right.
See you
Night.
tomorrow again.
See you. Bye.
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 In today's digital world, organizations need more than technology. They need clarity and a trusted partner to guide their transformation. Contemporary Consulting Limited is that partner. Based in Abuja, Nigeria, we are a global brand built on the synergy of people, process, and technology. For over 30 years, we've turned complex challenges into simple, cost-effective, and reliable solutions for high-profile clients. Our expertise spans ICT consultancy, systems integration, cybersecurity, and supplying top-tier hardware for complete, turnkey projects. We ensure your networks work flawlessly, delivering smooth, secure communication across your entire organization. If you want peace of mind and need to deliver on schedule and within budget, it's time to work with us, Contemporary Consulting. Focused on performance.
So at the Global App Economy Conference, we bring app makers and technology builders together with policymakers so that we can better understand each other.
You can't create a policy if you don't know who the people are. I think a lot of policy is being created without actually speaking to SMEs.
Policymakers are able to connect with their constituents at a great rate, but not the small businesses. And a lot of the large corporations, while they're important to our ecosystem, they may have a potential larger voice. These kind of conversations also drive the economy.
It's important to have tech policy discussions specifically for small businesses so that we can directly elevate our voices and our concerns.
The App Association is both giving us a network of people to interact with and to connect with so that we can build our business whilst also giving us a voice.
Events like this really help us connect with other people that are maybe dealing with some of the same issues.
For me, it's learning a lot about these policies and being able to talk to people that are subject matter experts on these policies.
As long as we keep taking these opportunities, eventually we can move the needle on things.
The work that we're doing together with the App Association is amazing. I am really a fan and supporter of it.
The small companies are trying to change the world. They are the closest to their customers. They're passionate about their products, and they can share direct stories about how the policies that the people in these buildings are envisioning will affect them. And that is really important. That's an important conversation that needs to be had.
Pierre Dangino, I'm Vice President Stakeholder Engagement for ICANN, and then based in Africa.
And just give us a brief of what ICANN is.
Well, ICANN stands for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. Basically, it's about coordinating the unique identifier system of the Internet, and that's what ICANN does.
And what does that mean for Africa?
Well, it means a lot, actually, because although Africa today is about, 20% usage of the Internet, it's quite important for so many issues of developmental issue. And now the work of ICANN is important for Africa in terms of course, the Internet itself, but the whole, I would say, policy development around it, around those unique identifiers is important for Africa to know about it and also to be part, of making that policy. So in that regard, I believe that it's quite important for Africa to be participating.
So what efforts does ICANN do and your team do in Africa to raise awareness on this?
Well, many things actually. I would just recall that ICANN's presence in Africa actually was triggered by what you call the Dakar Declaration by the African Minister in charge of ICTs, who really wanted ICANN to be much more present in Africa, but also Africa to contribute more to ICANN. That was 2011. Today, what we have done is we do have a strategy for Africa, and that strategy calls for two things. It's about, of course, promoting participation to ICANN, but also it's about supporting, I would say, the African DNS, industry. So in that regard, our strategy has a few kind of program and projects, and a few of them quickly to simplify what we've been doing in Africa. We set up forums, forum to discuss, the DNS, for instance, is quite important. It was the first time that the professionals in that regard are meeting and discussing the issues and ideas, and also collaborating. But we also established, topical workshops that really address, issues such as, copyright issues, the brands, and the domain names. How do you understand those things? And the whole legal issue surrounding those things is important. It was the first time now that people are hearing about those things. We are also building capacity in terms of managing your registries, and also in terms of marketing, and all of those are really bringing now some sort of value added to the whole internet ecosystem in Africa. So we are trying to change, we are supporting actually the ecosystem there. Should we go back to what internet could be for Africa? We are talking about the digital economy, and we believe that Africa can really tap into that one.
We are Africa Information and Communication Technologies Alliance.
AfICTA
is a private sector-led alliance of ICT associations, multinational corporations, companies, organizations, and individuals in the ICT sector in Africa. Our vision is to fulfill the promise of the digital age for everyone in Africa. And our mission is to encourage multi-stakeholder dialogue, fostering accelerated and ICT-enabled development in Africa and the use of cutting-edge innovative technologies including mobile, computing and satellite technologies to achieve an information society in Africa. We organize non-government ICT stakeholders in Africa for effective local and continental advocacy. We are the focal point for Africa ICT advocacy in the global digital economy. We promote constant improvement in African digital literacy in collaboration with the African Union and all the regional economic commissions towards realizing global sustainable development targets for Africa. We support effective dialogue between members and policymakers. We promote business partnerships between members and their associations members. We contribute to capacity development by promoting best practices, encouraging regional projects, sharing data, skills, expertise, events, business announcements, exhibitions, seminars, and we organize an annual regional summit for knowledge sharing and cross-African advocacy. Some of our good standing members are Contemporary Consulting, EITSAL, Egypt, Main One Cable Company, Afinoid.ng, Tech Law, Fintrack, Computer Society of Kenya, AfICTA, and many more. There's a world of benefits to our members, among which are, but not limited to, advocacy and liaison with national government in support of member initiatives, product and service endorsements on a continental level, identification of business opportunities, conducting research, strengthening the African brand, providing membership services, promotion of member product and services, opportunities in global associations, partnering with stakeholders, universities, civil society, ICT users. Events and Development Program, partner in developing incubators and technology parks, advise on procurement policies to support local industry, encouraging intra-African business opportunity MOs, professional development in collaboration with member national associations. Join us as we celebrate 10 years of making giants.
Right, today's session is over and we are disconnecting at this moment. We encourage you to join us tomorrow again for the concluding part of the 13th AfICTA Summit. Thank you once again for joining and see you tomorrow. Yeah.